May 10th. And I'd like to take a moment to welcome everybody in the audience, those watching on TV and also on the Internet. Thank you for joining us this evening. Madam Clerk, can you take the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Ms. Domboski.
Present.
Mr. Croft.
Present.
Mr. Evans.
Here.
Mr. Flynn.
Present.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Trainee.
Here.
Mr. Steele.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Present.
Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Weddleton is absent. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Chadwick, would you come up to the podium and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There are no minutes of previous meetings. Mr. Mayor?
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Assembly Chair report. I'd like to take a moment to ask Sergeant Aaron Witt with the Cyber Dog to come up and tell us a little bit about our new friend who's with us this evening. Thank you, Sergeant Witt.
With permission of the Chair, I have a few photos of Odie I'd love to show you. Ma'am?
Certainly. There you go. Oh, wow, look.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Sergeant Aaron Witt with the Anchorage Police Department, and it is my honor to introduce to you Gleason Odin, Odie, if you will. Odie is a 2-year-old yellow lab that has recently graduated the Connecticut State Police Canine Detector Academy, where he and I trained for 6 weeks. He is a trained detector dog for electronic storage device, and it is a truly cutting-edge, budding technology. The Connecticut State Police, through their crime lab, were able to isolate a particular component, a chemical, if you will, that is a part of electronic storage device media, and they were able to imprint a dog. Odie will be assisting us both in the Anchorage Police Department through cyber crimes, as well as the Alaska Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, where we will be using his nose and his ability to search with something other than eyes and ears. He'll use his nose to search for these devices that so often contain vast quantities of evidence that will assist us in ultimately in our investigations and hopefully successful prosecutions of those that are committing crimes. It's a great honor to have the ability to train with him and to work with him, and I thank you for the opportunity to come and introduce him. I'd be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much for being here. I don't see anyone with any questions, so thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
I'll start at this end. Committee reports. Ms. Domboski.
No report.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Croft.
No report.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tomorrow there's going to be a joint meeting of the Public Safety and the Homelessness Committee on the issue of homeless camps. We have the Police Department will be there, the Municipal Law Department, Health Department, as well as the ACLU, with an effort to try to find a solution or an effort that will help abate some of the problem that we've been experiencing. Also on May 18th will be our next regular meeting of the Homelessness Committee by itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I got a notice today that this month's Technical Advisory Commission for AMATS was canceled, but that often means that the Policy Committee is later canceled because they usually vet most of the stuff that we take action on, but no official word yet. I'll update you at our next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. I'd just like to let everyone know that the Budget and Finance Committee usually meets the third Thursday of every month, but this month we'll be meeting on May 26th from noon to 1 in the Assembly Conference Room 155. Mr. Trainee.
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Well, Mr. Trainee, you don't have anything to say, but I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege because I have something to say to you. What I'd like to do is, I'd like to present you with a gavel and at the same time thank you for your service as chairman. You've done a wonderful job, and I'm sure the rest of our colleagues will agree with me, and you're a hard act to follow, but I'm doing my best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Enterprise Committee met May 5th, and we had an update on MLMP's Plant 2. Good attendance, good discussion. We're having 2 Enterprise Committees this month. There's another one on the 12th, and that one will be to update us on the port.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Starr.
Well, from audit, we didn't have any meetings, but we did get notified by our independent auditor, BDO, that there may be a delay in finalizing the CAFR, or the financial reports that summarize last year's activities, as it relates to the state deciding perhaps what the PERS obligations and the changes may be. I haven't had a full conversation with them yet, but there's an entire possibility that the booking obligation that we have on our books may change one way or the other based on some legislation that's moving through the Juneau financial committees down there. So we have a codified requirement to get the CAFR to the Assembly by a certain date in June. We may miss that, not because we're behind on the reports, but we're waiting to see what the final summary of perhaps that liability or potential liability would look like. So if that's the case, I would probably call a committee meeting and then move formal action to delay acceptance of the CAFR based on that report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Starr.
That's all.
What's your name again? Mr. Dunbar.
I have nothing to report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. We're now at the addendum to the agenda. Mr. Training. Motion.
Move to adopt.
Move to incorporate.
Sorry, move to incorporate.
Thank you, Mr. Training.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, addendum to the agenda. Item 9B5, Resolution AR 2016-146, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly bringing elements of the Anchorage Comprehensive Plan to the attention of the State Legislative Council and urging state government support and State Legislative Council compliance with Municipality of Anchorage local planning and zoning policies and directives designating the downtown central business district for location of state offices such as Legislative Information Office. Item 9E5, Information and Reports, AIM 57-2016, recommendation of the Citizen Naming Panel for Anchorage Fire Department Station Number 3. Item 11A2, AIM 56-2016, reconsideration of AO 2016-28, Upper DeArmond Rezone. Item 14P2, AO 2016-49S, an ordinance amending the Anchorage Municipal Code by enacting Chapter 12.50, retail sales, tax on marijuana and marijuana products to establish the requirements and procedures for the administration, collection, and enforcement of the marijuana retail sales tax approved by the voters, including but not limited to provisions regarding definitions, tax rate, retailer registration, tax credits, tax returns, prohibited acts, penalties and interest, application of payments, records retention, inspection and confidentiality, tax refunds and taxpayer remedies. Item 9P3, Assembly Memo AM 296, 2016A. We have laid on table items. Mr. Trainee, can I have a motion?
Move to incorporate laid on the table items, Madam Chair.
Second.
Thank you. Laid on table items. Number 9D14, Assembly Memorandum AM 343, 2016, 2016/17, 1153 East 3rd Avenue, LLC DBA, Slippery Salmon Bar and Grill, LL number 1036, transfer of ownership for beverage dispensary, tourism liquor license. Item 9D15, AM 344, 2016, 2016/17, 115 East 3rd Avenue, LLC DBA, Slippery Salmon Bar and Grill, LL number 1036, transfer of ownership for a beverage dispensary, tourism liquor license. Item 9F11, Resolution AR 2016-148, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring East Anchorage resident Catherine Carte by adopting the citizens' name and panel and Anchorage Parks and Recreation Commission shared recommendation to name the children's playground located within Scenic Park the Catherine Carte Playground. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you. Now we will go to each of you to see what items you would like to pull, and I'll start at this end. Mr. Weddleton, welcome.
Your microphone's dead, sir.
Oh, sorry, I'm late. Pull 9A3.
Sir, is your microphone on the green
Should
light?
be. Yep.
Okay.
Pull 9A3.
You go.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar.
I have nothing to pull, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Starr.
9 Delta 10.
9 Delta 10. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 9D12.
B like boy.
D is in Delta.
Thank you.
And 9E5. E is in Edward.
On
Thank
the
you.
addendum.
On the addendum, correct.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Steele.
No items, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Trainee.
Nothing, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Flynn. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 9 Alpha 2 for reading, and also 9 Bravo 1 and 9 Bravo 5.
Nine B5 on the addendum. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Croft.
This is solely to remove from the consent agenda item from 9, right? Yeah, then I don't have anything to remove.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Ms. Temboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did not hear. Did somebody already pull 9 Alpha 1? Okay, I'll go ahead and pull that. And I would also like to pull 9 Charlie 2 and 9 Delta 12. Oh, actually, that was already pulled. So just 9 Charlie 2.
Thank you, Ms. Temboski. Okay, I'm going to go over the items that were pulled. Madam, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Let me do this because it's easier. Thank you. Item 9A1, 9A2, 9A3, 9B1, 9C2, 9D10, 9D12, and on the addendum, 9B5, 9E3. Did I get everybody? Did I miss any? 9E5. 95. Thank you. We already have a motion. So the addendum and the... Okay. Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Flynn?
I'm sorry. Item 9, Echo 3, had a typo. I don't know if you want me to pull it or if it can be corrected administratively.
Thank you.
That was a date.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. I think that can be corrected. We talked about it at our leadership meeting. But thank you, Mr. Flynn. Okay, the clerk has advised me that we did not vote on incorporation of the addendum to the agenda or the laid on the table item, and so I ask unanimous consent for both the addendum and the laid on table items. Seeing no objection, they're approved. Now, the remaining items on the agenda, we have to have a vote. Please vote. Somebody didn't vote? Mr. Weddleton? Thank you. That's approved unanimously. Now we'll go back to items that were pulled. We'll start with item 9A1. Ms. Temboski.
Move to approve.
I'm going to read, and Ms. Temboski will present.
Is there somebody here? There you go.
Ask unanimous consent for approval of 9A1. Seeing no objection, that resolution is approved.
Thank you for all you do.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the National Association of Letter Carriers, NALC, 24th Annual Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive on Saturday, May 14, 2016. Whereas the NLAC Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive is held annually on the second Saturday in May and is the largest one-day food drive in the nation, with local efforts in more than 10,000 cities and towns across America, including Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands. And whereas last year, the 2015 NLAC Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive collected almost 70.6 million pounds of non-perishable food, raising the total weight of donations received over the history of the drive to more than 1.4 billion pounds since the drive began in 1992. And whereas Saturday, May 14, 2016, will be the 24th anniversary of the NALC Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive, and with the help of numerous local postal employees and volunteers, letter carriers will again collect and deliver non-perishable food donations to local Feeding America food banks. And whereas Feeding America provides hunger support to 46 million Americans every year by distributing 3.6 billion meals of donated food and grocery products annually to local food banks serving 1 in 8 Americans who rely on these organizations. And whereas donations to the Food Bank of Alaska, FBA, generated by the Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive are critical to the operation of the FBA and its partner agencies who provide food annually for an estimated 155,000 people statewide, and in Anchorage, 44,600 people, with 34% of the people in those households being children under 18 years old. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supports the 24th Annual National Association of Letter Carriers Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive on May 14, 2016, and applauds the cumulative success of the annual food drive on its 24th anniversary. Residents of Anchorage are encouraged to join in the community effort through their donations of non-perishable food left at mailboxes and in U.S. Post Office, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 10th day of May, 2016.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jim Raymond. I'm the NELC local branch president and been participating in the food drive for all 24 years. Along with me tonight, I have Tom Ruggles. He's the NELC food drive coordinator. Tom is also a retired letter carrier, retired only from the Postal Service, then left the Postal Service and went to be the kitchen manager at the Anchorage Rescue Gospel Mission, and serves us. And he's also one of the partner agencies who receives food from our food drive. Just a few comments tonight. Thank you for the proclamation. We encourage everyone to leave food out by their mailbox for this Saturday. Letter carriers, in addition to doing their duties, will be out picking up food, bringing it back to their office, sorting that food, and then and it'll be picked up by the Food Bank of Alaska. We also have letter carriers in Eagle River, also doing the food drive all the way down to the peninsula and out into the valley as well. We're really proud of our letter carriers, and we ask everyone here, you want to put items like peanut butter. This is a time of the year where the food bank shelves are low. Kids are getting out of school. They're not going to have those programs to get food. So we ask folks, again, peanut butter, cereal, and you'll have your local letter carrier picking those up, sorting them at the office, and hopefully we're going to break the record of what we collected last year. So again, thank you so much for the proclamation.
Thank you. One moment, please. Mr. Flynn.
Put my bag out today, so my letter carrier can pick it up anytime this week.
We've been picking it up already, and if you leave it and we miss you, we'll get it next week as well. We deliver.
Thank you very much for doing this every year. I really look forward to it. Thank you
so much.
You're welcome. Okay, we're at item 9A2, AR 2016-135, recognizing and honoring Steve Morris for 34 years of public service with the municipality of Anchorage. Mr. Evans.
Move to approve.
Second. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, that resolution is approved, and I will present. Mr. Evans will read.
Whereas Steve Morris began his employment as a young whippersnapper in the Anchorage Department of Health and Human Services in 1982 and has decided to retire on May 6th while there's still a bit of whippersnapper left. And whereas in his 34 years of employment with DHHS, he has served as an air quality specialist, civil engineer in the on-site water and wastewater program, environmental engineer in the air quality program, and deputy director of DHHS. And whereas, under Steve's watch, DHHS conducted many local air pollution studies that had national consequences, such as proving the importance of cold start idling as a contributor to neighborhood carbon monoxide air pollution. the impact of airborne particulate matter on respiratory illness, and the effect of gasoline composition on airborne benzene levels that were published in scientific journals. And whereas Steve will be greatly missed for his scientific aptitude, his mastery of the budget, his compassion and caring, his infectious sense of humor, and his insistence that there is no problem in life that cannot be solved by means of an excellent spreadsheet. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Steve Morris is recognized and honored for his many years of service to the municipality, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 10th day of May, 2016.
Wow, I didn't quite expect that, but it's really an honor. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be on the same agenda as Odie the Cyber Dog. I really think that's wonderful. And I just wanted to say, in the 34 years I've been here, I've come to appreciate how hard you folks work. I mean, I just know there's a lot of work that goes on in committees and in background. I'm very impressed, and it took me a while to understand that, but I do truly understand that now. Worked with many of you on air quality topics and that sort of thing, and I've also come to appreciate how hard the folks at the health department work. I mean, they're some of the most dedicated people you'll ever encounter. I mean, they're not there to pick up a paycheck. They're there because they want to help the citizens of Anchorage. So I just want to thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I know we approved this. Is there time for an amendment on line 8 to change bit to fair amount of? Maybe not. Steve, I really appreciate all your counsel over the years, particularly with AMATs and teaching another young whippersnapper about PM 2.5 and PM 10 and all those important things. You're going to be missed. I hope you've trained somebody really good to follow in your footsteps, and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trainee.
Steve, thank you so much for your help on air quality in Anchorage. We've gone so many different things. Remember MTBE? The feds put it in the gas and said, don't worry, we tested it. In reality, they tested it nowhere, no cold weather environment. We had a lot of problems with MTBE. I remember they wanted to send me to jail when the Assembly outlawed it. But thanks for your help with that. Take care. We're going to miss you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. And just a few words, Steve. I've known you for a really, really long time and worked with you closely. And congratulations on your retirement. You're going to be missed very much so. So thank you for your service to the citizens of Anchorage. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all.
You're welcome. Next item on the agenda is 9A3, AR 2016-136, a resolution recognizing 2016 as the year of the economic developer and celebrating the 90th anniversary of the International Economic Development Council. Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. Whereas the...
We're going to move to approve.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Is there somebody here to receive, do you think?
I'm not sure, but Mr. Weddleton, can you make a motion to approve, and then we'll
A
get a second?
motion to approve. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any objection? Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, that resolution is approved. Is there anyone here to receive this resolution?
Read.
Let's read it anyway. Mr. Weddleton, please read it. Thank you.
I think they're all out economic developing. Whereas the International Economic Development Council is celebrating its 90th anniversary in 2016, and whereas the IEDC has designated May 8th through 14th, 2016 as Economic Development Week, and whereas the International Economic Development Council is the largest professional organization dedicated to serving economic developers, and whereas economic developers in Anchorage promote economic well-being and quality of life for their communities by creating, retaining, and expanding jobs, stimulating and incubating entrepreneurism, and engaging in a wide variety of settings, including public-private partnerships, chambers of commerce, universities, and a variety of other institutions. And whereas economic developers attract and retain high-quality jobs, develop vibrant communities, and improve the quality of life in the municipality of Anchorage, and the Anchorage Assembly resolves to recognize 2016 as the year of the economic developer and commend the International Economic Development Council and its officers, staff, and members on its 90th anniversary. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 10th day of 2016.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. We are now at agenda item 9B1, AR 2016-137, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $95,400 from the state of Alaska DOT and appropriating $2,098 as a contribution from the 2016 Anchorage Police Department operating budget. Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, on behalf of my good friend from South Anchorage, I'll make the motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. We have a second? Thank you.
Now I'll turn the floor over to my soapbox friend.
Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn and Madam Chair. There is a pretty fine line between being a vigorous advocate and being a complete wacko, and I may get a little close with this. The issue before us is a program to it's Click It or Ticket program. What's involved here is $95,000 of state money from the Department of Transportation that we receive to aid with the police department and overtime and other things in enforcing the Ticket or Click It program, and just $2,000 of municipal money that is spent along with that. And even though it seems like a really, given the money that we spend up here, a very small amount of money, and most of it being state money, it may not seem like a very important issue, but to me it is, actually it's an issue that is emblematic of a big problem. Matter of fact, it's probably emblematic of what I think is the biggest problem we have in government, and that is that we kind of behave at times like a big kid with ADHD, and we don't focus on many things. We just move from one little shiny object to the next. We do a million things. We spend money in little dribbles here and there, and because of that, we very rarely focus on priorities and get things solved. Now, Click It or Ticket is a great program. People should wear their seatbelts, don't get me wrong. But the fact that we spend, the state spending $95,000 out of the transportation budget, and the city's kicking in this little $2,000 on top of that, just to promote a program where everybody already knows you should wear your seatbelt, and everybody already knows it's illegal, is just plain wrong to me. And I don't think, everybody calls themselves a fiscal conservative these days. These little issues are a lot easier to tackle than the big issues we spend on. And if we can't come to an agreement that we really shouldn't be spending money, $100,000 on an issue like this, I don't see that there's any hope for us really tackling more significant spending issues anywhere down the line. I think by stopping these little dribbles of money, we sort of condition our non-spending muscles so that we're better in better shape to do the really serious lifting later. So I just urge my colleagues, as silly as it may seem, as small as it may seem, to draw the line somewhere and not pass this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Starr.
I'll ask Mr. Abbott, because he may have had exposures to this in previous city managers. This one sort of falls in the same category as when we, maybe not exactly, but when we advertise on the buses and we were told to promote public transportation, and the state provides us a grant in that category as well that we match oftentimes. Is a grant like this in the Click It and Ticket required as a sort of a federal highway program grant that the state gets? Do you have any idea?
I do not believe that this is a program that we're required to participate in as a condition of the federal highway program. It's simply an opportunity to offset to augment police coverage in Anchorage.
So the grant program, such as I understand it, we actually request a grant. I mean, we get money from the state, obviously, but we also get grant monies given to us because we ask them to. Did we ask in this particular case for this grant money to promote public safety and Click It and Ticket?
We've asked for to participate in the Click It and Ticket program. There is other Click It and Ticket money in our budget. You've appropriated it in the past. This is a relatively small amount that the state offered us, I believe, because other jurisdictions were unable to utilize it. So typically we would get significantly more money for programs like this, highway safety-related programs, whether it's construction zone monitoring or seatbelt enforcement or no texting and driving. There's a variety of targeted national highway safety programs. This is one of them.
Without having the chief of police come up, how will the money best be spent? I mean, we'll send messages out to the supervisors and they'll have that, or is it in just a general police fund that it goes into that safety awareness?
I believe, and I'll let the chief or Captain Dahl respond if I get this wrong, but I believe this money will be used to augment the staffing of the patrol units in Anchorage, particularly in overtime. I don't believe we'll be allowed to use this to actually add positions, but simply to add hours to existing positions specifically targeted to highway safety related enforcement.
And the administration requested it or suggests that we accept the money. Is that still the position based on what Mr. Evans is talking about?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. So again, this is our second meeting for those who are newly elected, so I apologize if I am not asking the right questions to the right people. But I am curious, and perhaps Mr. Abbott, you could answer this. What happens if we turn this down? What happens to this money?
The money would revert back. It would stay with the state. They would probably look for another recipient or perhaps give it back to the feds.
May I continue, Madam Chair?
Mr. Dunbar.
So, again, this is sort of a process question. I'm inclined to agree with Assemblymember Evans. I've long felt that the click it or ticket program was sort of past its usefulness in the sense that now we have cars that automatically tell you and annoy you if you don't have your seatbelt on. And so I've always thought it was a little strange that we kept doing this. I would like to know, I guess I'd like to be assured by whomever that this money will not be spent on things like billboards or advertisements or anything of that sort, but will actually go to increasing patrols, which is something that I would support. I'd also kind of express some frustration that we're doing this here as opposed to having this conversation at a committee meeting or a hearing. And again, this is my second meeting, so I'm getting used to the idea of making sausage at the meeting as opposed to talking about it beforehand. But Chief, if you wouldn't mind explaining what exactly this money will go to, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Dunbar. This will be a focused enforcement effort during the weeks of May 23rd through June 5th. And during this time, we'll have officers working on overtime, focusing on primarily seatbelt enforcement. As you can imagine, just saving one life in emergency response, calling out fire equipment, hospital, and so on, you could easily spend $95,000. So to us, this is a small measure of preventiveness. And if we, make contact with several people, I don't have the statistics with me from previous years, but there are quite a few citations. You'd be pretty amazed at the number of individuals who still don't click their seatbelt.
Anything else? No. Thank you, Mr. Tolley. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Traney.
Madam Chair, I'm going to be voting along with Mr. Evans on this, as I used to in years past. We had very few join us, but I see no purpose in doing this because, quite frankly, Mr. Dunbar is right. We have all sorts of things in our cars. When we don't put the seatbelts on, reminds us we should. I would much rather the state use this money to help augment the troopers on this road of death down to Girdwood. It's only $95,000, but the state should use it better on that service than this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Mr. Abbott alluded to this, but I want to make sure I have it right. The origin of these funds is actually not the state, it's the feds. Passing it to the state and then on to us.
That's correct.
Okay.
This is federal highway money. There's a big allocation of the federal budget for safety-related measures. This is one of the ways they spend that money.
And they dictate the terms on how this is spent?
That is correct. The state simply passes it through to eligible agencies.
Okay. So, in other words, Mr. Traney, while it might be nice to use this money for, say, Seward Highway enforcement, that's not an option.
Saying the federal government's not broke?
It's a different issue for
Training.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Training.
The second thing is, and I can tell that I'm the only member with young children on the body these days. The enforcement is not about drivers. It's about passengers. And I don't know if you've ever tried to get a 6-year-old to keep his seatbelt on, but they tend to wriggle free sometimes. And if mine did so, and I was pulled over, I would appreciate it, because my boys and I were hit by a driver who ran a red light just last year, and fortunately they were buckled up and came through it pretty well. So I think this is a reasonable use of a designated grant from the federal government. If we don't use it, somebody else will. Your call. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Steele.
Yes, I presume that while we're doing enforcement activities with regards to seatbelts, if we find other infractions, we're also allowed to write tickets and enforce those measures. It seems to me that just having a presence helps in terms of enforcement for all kinds of things, whether it be speeding or texting or all kinds of measures. And it just seems to me that while we're doing that, we can do these other activities and actually can save lives. So I think if the federal government wants to provide us with the funding, I think it's a good addition to our enforcement funds.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote. That was approved 8-3. Next item on the agenda is 9B5, AR 2016-146, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly bringing elements of the Anchorage Comprehensive Plan to the attention of the State Legislative Council. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans?
Yeah, there's just no issue that I would less like the municipality to get involved in than the selection of the location of the LIO. It's very clear that they are struggling with that issue, have been for a couple of years now. It's a bit of a mess. While I don't disagree with what the Downtown Partnership did, their letter, I don't disagree factually with the assertions made here regarding the comprehensive plan. And I personally would like to see the LIO downtown. I just think having this body officially weigh in on where they should be locating this very divisive building is a mistake. I don't want us to be seen as influencing that decision, whatever it comes down as. They are aware of the laws that apply to them. I don't think taking this action to bring it to their attention and bring it to the public's attention that we're getting involved is particularly a good idea. So I'll oppose this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Starr.
Well, Mr. Flynn did a nice job of sort of presenting public policy. I'm not certain that on this body we've done a good job of enforcing sort of that centralization there with the ideas that our police headquarters is located over there. Our planning office is somewhat disconnected from the mainstream. And I guess our populace is used to sort of driving to the location. And so the idea that we would want to facilitate the local conversations with the state legislature off session downtown, I'm not certain that really benefits those that want to travel. Certainly my district wouldn't need that. I wouldn't want it in Willow or in some of the places we've talked about moving the state capital, but I think in this case I'm with Mr. Evans and sort of let their business be their business, and the idea that we would have a sway over it, I'm just not convinced that the statement that it needs to be downtown, although Mr. Flynn's certainly lobbying hard for his district in a good way, I'm thinking that we just don't do that consistently enough that the public expects us to follow that letter of the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the question is 34 million versus 12 million, it seems to me there's a pretty easy answer. I remember looking for a site for the school district when the school district had to move, and we did look downtown because we were required to do so. We looked downtown and decided that was not the best place for us, and moved it outside, or moved it over to East Anchorage. Speaking as one member of this body on the assembly, I would not mind having the legislature in that building in that location. It's pretty close to downtown. It's not downtown, it's actually Spenard, but that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Ms. Zimboski.
Thank you. I'll just say I agree with Mr. Evans and some of the comments that Mr. Steele and Mr. Starr made. And I would just like to say, you know, whether it's Midtown, I'm thinking of an old dilapidated hotel that's in your district, Mr. Cheney, Miss Gray Jackson.
That's true, ma'am. I do know where it's at.
That's a pretty good location. I mean, they'd have to probably demolish the building, but we also have lots of land in Eagle River, so I don't know that we have to restrict them to the downtown corridor, so I will be opposing this.
Thank you, Ms. Zimboski. Mr. Cheney.
This is a tar baby, not intending to get involved in touching it at all. I'm a no vote on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cheney. Mr. Dunbar.
So while I share some of the reservations of my colleagues, particularly Mr. Evans, I intend to support this. My understanding is that this could encourage them to go into the Atwood, which would be free. I think we're probably on the hook for some portion. We as Alaskan citizens are probably on the hook for some portion of the building they already built. I think purchasing another building in Spenard is bad public policy. And again, I would like to see it go into the Atwood, which is, again, free. So I intend to support this.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Croft.
Thank you. I too support this. Two primary reasons. The first is I grew up at 15th and G, so not in Spenard. I've lived in Spenard after coming back after college, but I'd ride my bike all around. And Spenard in those days, I mean, I didn't understand all that I was seeing and why the girls were walking down the street and stuff, but it was pretty seedy, and you know the ideas of what a Spenard divorce was and what was going on, and we've just kind of cleaned up Spenard, and I'd hate to go backwards. And secondly, the comment was made that the legislature knows all these laws. I don't know that they do. I mean, I think at the very least, us reminding the legislature both that we have a plan here, even if they don't seem to have a plan there. We have a plan as to what we would like and where we would like to go. We'd like them to pay attention to it, and they've actually, as Mr. Flynn pointed out in his resolution, they've actually recognized that and said that they would honor it. And sometimes they forget things they have previously said that they would do and honor. And so both for Spenard itself, speaking up for it, and to remind the legislature about the importance of planning, that they have participated in it, that we do want it. We're not telling them which building to go into. I do think that the legislature celebrating when one of its own contracts was declared illegal was a little mystifying to me. I think there's a lot of consequences they're going to have to pay. But it's not getting into which building or how much or who they settle with. It is saying, recognize that we have a plan and that you have acknowledged it, and you should abide by it, or at least recognize it's there and tell us why you're not abiding by it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I wish this addressed any building except the LIO. But I think it's worth waving the flag that we should have encourage development in our downtown. And even though we've failed to do that in many instances, there are some. I know the Health Services building remains in downtown out of respect for the comprehensive plan. And not too long ago, we gave tens of millions of dollars in tax abatement to a company to develop downtown out of fear that the downtown was going to become abandoned. So we have put our money and where our mouth is here, and also followed the plan in many instances. So I think it's good. I doubt this will have much influence on the legislature, but I think it's good to wave the flag and remind people that it's important to support downtown. So I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I can address Mr. Flynn, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. Flynn, when I saw this resolution, the first thing I thought was, well, I'll be, because Mr. Flynn is the person who, anytime somebody brings something forward that is telling the legislator or supporting anything that the state legislator is doing, Mr. Flynn says, no, because it isn't going to matter. And so I'm inclined to vote no just because of that, but I don't roll like that. So with that said, I agree with the resolution, and I will be supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair. And of course, this is not a directive to the legislature. It's simply a reminder, as Mr. Weddleton put it, waving the flag. I don't do this very often, but I have to give a shout out to our friends in the federal government because they have abided by our comprehensive plan and have located their administrative offices downtown in virtually every instance. The new National Park Service building, the new U.S. Forest Service facility down on First Avenue, they are locating in the Central Business District, and to the extent we can do that too. The police station, of course, predates the comprehensive plan and therefore wasn't subject to this discussion. Final comment, sort of building on Mr. Croft's comments, got a note from Mr. Whitekeys discussing a meeting that included some of the people perhaps that Mr. Croft saw while riding his bicycle around the neighborhood in his youth. According to Mr. Whitekeys, at the conclusion of a meeting they had, the group voted unanimously to oppose the relocation of those legislative offices to a former bank building in Spenard. A spokesman said, "We're concerned that if the legislature moves to Spenard, it will give our neighborhood a bad name and ruin our reputation." I can't say it better, Mr. Whitekeys. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote. That passes 7-4. Next item on the agenda is 9C2, AM 318-2016, recommendation of award to Mass Excavation, Inc. for 2016 Merrill Field Airport Improvements, Rehabilitate Taxiway, Quebec Phase 5. Ms. Domboski.
Move to approve.
Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to the administration, I don't recall seeing, and maybe it's just my memory is bad, but I don't recall seeing an award of this magnitude, nearly $7 million contingent on funding we don't have yet. Can you speak to that, Ron or Mike?
Sure. Go ahead, Ron. The grant has been awarded. It was not by the time this document had been produced for you, but it is in the pipeline. You amended the budget a couple of times over the last 6 weeks or so in order to accommodate this when it came through. So we are confident that the funds are available and will be awarded on that basis.
Okay, so the federal government has awarded the money. We just don't have it in our possession yet. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay. I was very anxious when I saw $7 million and we're, the way it was written. So thank you for that. Okay, no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote. That's approved unanimously. Next item is item 9, Delta 12, AM 340-2016, amendment number 3 to Bristol Construction Services, LLC. Mr. Peterson.
Madam Chair, did you skip over 9 Delta 10?
Mr. Starr, I did. Thank you. I apologize for that. Mr. Peterson, we'll be back to you in a moment.
Okay.
Item 9D10, AM 338-2016, sole source purchase from Field Turf Northwest, Inc. to provide and install artificial turf. Mr. Starr.
Move to approve.
Second.
And I guess it's not the lecture, Mr. Dunbar, it's to sort of put out our concerns either out in the public record and sort of have the conversation about our concerns in an environment that would have an open dialogue so that the public watches us work. That's part of it. Certainly we have our Friday questions, if you will, and we try to engage the administration. In this particular case, talking about a sole source program or a sole source letting of products that's fairly universal across the country, across the world. I'm not convinced that we need to sole source this. And so I've done research. I had a meeting with Mr. Haddon some time ago about the viability of that. I'm not one to criticize Mr. Rada's work. He signed off on the purchase order to approve that. It appears when you read it, it's only because we've seen good work from them on the other fields. So I would say that the logic that we've gotten good service from them justifies a sole source, and I may be paraphrasing, I may be putting words in the decision makers' mouths here, but I don't think that just because we've gotten good performance, the fact that we may want a uniform product across the municipality does speak with me. But I also feel like every time we do that, perhaps there's newer, better technologies out there. Perhaps somebody's doing it differently. We're solely dependent when we say sole source on what that talent base comes to us. So the idea that we're going to continue to reinforce this person doesn't have to competitively bid, they're going to get a sole source award, is, I believe, dangerous. Lastly, and I'll ask Mr. Rada to come up and talk about this, is there any product that this vendor produces to us that's causing our playgrounds to catch on fire? Or the design of, thereof, or all the other things that go with that. So maybe you can speak about the sole source nature. I'm not asking you to defend the vendor, more the nature of why aren't we competitively bidding it.
That's a good idea. Through the chair, Mr. Starr, I could have written a lot more into this, and I'll try to condense, I guess, my comments. We have received numerous other proposals from other vendors with claims of comparable products. And I have seen personally, and I've been doing the research on these products for many, many years. I've seen the results at playgrounds that don't hold up. I've seen the results on fields that don't hold up, and I'm not going to name other product lines. But what's particular about this is that even unsolicited, we have people come to us on a regular basis wanting to provide us a product when they know that we're going off into particularly this inclusive playground. The closest quote, and I'll create the exceptions to my next statement, the closest quote is over $10 a square foot more installed. That is FOB factory, not FOB Eagle River in this particular case. It's a 5-year limited warranty versus an 8-year warranty. It's 1 1/4 inches versus 1 1/2. It's less than 3 pounds of infill, sometimes even unspecified. And so we've done our work. We do this on a regular basis to make sure that if we put something forward, it's been thought through and looked at, rather than give you chapter and verse on all the things that we collect. But I do appreciate your comments. I mean, and we do this not just because we've standardized the product lines, but because the product lines have served us well. We've standardized our maintenance practices. It's worked better for the general public. And the answer to your last question, we just had somebody try to start a fire over at Dave Rose Park. Exactly what you were saying. They threw the accelerant on, it was out, and burned a patch maybe 6 inches in diameter.
Thank you. That's all. Mr. Haddon, the conversations that Mr. Rada talks about, I don't have any more for you, John, but he talks about his department sort of bidding out and supplying the standards and the specifications. Does he do that in concert with your requirements in Section 7 and all the other bidding requirements?
Through the chair to Mr. Starr, before we actually come forward with an AM like this, Mr. Rada and I normally have a number of different discussions to verify exactly what John has said. Mm-hmm. So we do this in concert. I question him routinely when we come forward with these sole source requirements. And I do remember the conversation we had a couple of months ago, and John and I had a definite conversation about that before this came forward.
The conversation that I just put out there, the comments about being aware of sort of the latest and greatest trends across the country or in the world in some cases, do we run the danger of just more of the same? and pass by those sort of new technologies?
Mr. Starr, I do not believe so.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. Haddon. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I guess, Mr. Haddon, so you've got a better quality product that's cheaper. What would be the problem with putting it out to bid then and sticking to the regular routine?
That's a very interesting question, Mr. Weddleton. It's part of the problem when you try and put something like this on a competitive basis is the specification defining what it exactly is that we're going to get. And we run the risk when we do things of that matter of appeals, which by and of themselves is nothing wrong with an appeal. It's more a question of, are we going to be able to meet our timeline, and are we actually going to save the citizens any money and time?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Croft.
Let me try that one more time to either Mr. Haddon or Mr. Rada. If it has all those advantages, it seems to me that we didn't need to and shouldn't sole source it. And if it's for consistency's sake, then there are ways to say, we're going to have a number of different turfs. We declare as our policy we'd like them to be the same material and provider. You can bid on a term agreement. You're going to do all of our turfs over the next period of time. I mean, if it has those advantages, then prove it. Then I'd be much more comfortable you guys proving it up through a competitive bid. But I do understand the benefits that can come from standardization on a quality product. But there are ways to solve that, aren't there?
Timing.
Anything else, Mr. Croft?
I'd like that answer.
Mr. Abbott?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think you're right. The issue of cost should not be the basis for a sole source determination. That's one of the evaluation criteria that Mr. Haddon uses as he evaluates a sole source request from a department. First, is there a municipal benefit to using a specific product and not competing? Second, can the product or service be acquired at a reasonable price? Mr. Rada sort of described the second before he described the first. The first choice, or the first decision to be made, and Mr. Haddon is the one that referees this choice, ultimately you approve it if it's over a certain dollar amount, is there a municipal benefit to not competing a decision like this? We've decided, and I fully support Mr. Haddon's determination that that's the case, that the benefits of standardizing this product through the school district and through the municipality outweigh the potential benefits of competing this. And then secondarily, once Mr. Haddon has heard that argument, he needs to satisfy himself that we can actually acquire this this product in this case at a price that is reasonable, that a vendor is not going to take advantage of the sole sourcing process to gouge us, if you will, for price. And you heard Mr. Rada describe the rationale that satisfied Mr. Haddon and myself that that was the case. So that's our recommendation. You see a couple of these every 2 weeks. That's sort of the rhythm. They're typically involved with specialized equipment. Sometimes it's turbine maintenance. Sometimes it's diesel bus engine parts. Sometimes it's playground surface material. And in each one of those cases, the purchasing officer leads a rigorous process to decide whether this is one of the relatively rare cases where we wouldn't compete a purchasing choice like this. And in this case, that's the justification that we've identified.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Anything else, Mr. Croft? Seeing no one else. Oops, Mr. Mbosky? No? Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue, let's vote. That is approved unanimously. Next item on the agenda, which already has a motion on the floor, is AM 340-2016, Amendment Number 3 to Bristol Construction Services, LLC. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. I had a question for Mr. Hanson, if he could come down for a second. This creek move has been ongoing here for over 2 years now, and I've been getting questions from people who live in the neighborhood. They're worried about the new buildings that are on the west side of Muldoon Road, and that they feel that the creek realignment has been realigned very closely to one of those buildings. And I believe there's supposed to be a 50-foot setback, if I'm not mistaken, around creeks, and they're just wanting to know how that happened, and is it going to be okay like that? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Peterson, in that particular area, I was told that there's a 25-foot setback on the creek. So, and they are right on that edge. We had our design and constructed that, and then they came in afterwards and put it right on the setback line. As far as it being all right, I'm not a structural engineer, so I can't guarantee how we think it will be. And they're out there. We issued them a notice to resume yesterday to get out there, and our contractor, Bristol, to get out there and finish this work.
And so they're going to be moving the dirt on the east side of Muldoon relatively soon?
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Dombrowski.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson, I just had a couple quick questions. I was just going back to the original. What was the contingency in this original contract for the project?
You mean the contingency we normally keep in a budget is usually 10% of the contract amount, construction contract amount.
Okay, so I'm looking at administrative amendment number 2, which is for $238,825. As I look at this is something I'm relatively new at seeing, is these administrative amendments. Was that part of your contingency money? I don't remember this coming before the assembly, did it?
No, I don't believe it did. We have, in Title VII, we have a administrative authority to issue change orders based on the amount of the contract, and then this one, let's see, would have, when it was awarded, it's over the $2.5 million limit, we would have requested a change order authority at that time for the administration, and I don't know what that amount was. Usually it's in that range. It's about 7%, something in that area that we request.
So that goes back to my original question. If the original contract amount was about $3.6 million, your change order authority, if you went on 10%, would be about $360,000.
Well, our change order authority would have been less than that. As I said, we would have requested somewhere, and I don't know how much it was right now, but it would have been about 7-8%, something in that neighborhood.
I think I used the wrong term. Your contingency would have been about $360,000. The change order authority is within the contingency, though. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I was just making sure. I'm checking all my boxes to make sure everybody's on the same page. So if that's the case, you probably have somewhere around $90,000 maybe left of contingency. And that's what you're asking for this proposed amendment for number 80, for $80,000. You're still within your contingency budget.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I was just checking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Dunbar.
Mr. Hanson, so obviously I represent Eastside as well, and this has been a long, ongoing project for a long time. I have heard some frustration from a number of people in the area that there was a golden opportunity here to create a trail, essentially, or some kind of, as we're moving the creek, we could have, there's a trail right now that terminates just past Beggett's Middle School, and we are about to build, hopefully, a destination park on the other side of Muldoon Avenue. And there was an opportunity here to run that trail underneath Muldoon. And I apologize if you're not the right person to ask about this, but Could you explain a little bit about why, as we were moving this creek and we were doing a lot of construction, sending it underneath Muldoon again, why there weren't accommodations made to hopefully run that trail to that park?
I really can't address that. I don't know.
And can you explain sort of your role in the project then, and who would have been the person to determine how that was built?
Probably the project manager, if that was brought up to him, who does work for me. But ultimately, it's my responsibility, yes. And I'll find out on that.
So in general, when we have opportunities to move creeks, which I assume doesn't happen very often, but when we put things underneath roads, do we think about creating accommodations so that pedestrians can walk under there as well?
If it makes sense in that particular case, yes. It may be that it's better to have at-grade crossings. There may be issues with elevations, just a variety of things. But I'll find out what the specific reasons were.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Flynn.
Nothing for Mr. Hanson. Thanks, Jerry. Just a point of information for Mr. Peterson. When we approved the new Title 21, one of the items that was deleted was the 50-foot setback requirement. It remains 25. That was a little 4 years ago now, and of course we were told that we'd see something in front of us 6 months later to deal with it. We're a little behind. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Seeing no one else in the queue, let's vote. That is approved unanimously. Next and last item on the consent agenda, pulled from the consent agenda, is item 9E5, AIM 57 2016, recommendation of the Citizen Naming Panel for Anchorage Fire Department Station Number 3. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve.
To accept?
Move to accept.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I've been told the chairman of this naming panel is in attendance this evening. I'm wondering if Ms. Selkrieg would like to come down and speak about this.
She would always love to speak. I know her.
Welcome, Ms. Selkrieg.
Honorable Chairwoman and members of the Assembly, I don't want to take too much of your time. I just want to report to you that actually on behalf of the committee of Karen, Cameron, John Locks, Carolyn Ramsey and myself, that it was a pleasure for us to serve on this committee. I think we all know Max, and he is the model of civility. Whether you agree with him or not, he brought the kind of tenor and the kind of voice to public engagement that really served as a model for all of us. And we've met twice. We held a public hearing. We advertised it. We received comments. And we got an overwhelming response to name Fire Station Number 3 after Max. And also, we really heard about how Max has been engaged in public safety and how no matter what district he was representing, because his district kept moving, he stayed with his fire stations over time, and also brought forward a lot of public safety legislation that had to do with in-house smoke detectors and things like that. Another thing that came up that I wanted to share with you was the realization that most of our fire stations aren't named after anyone, and the opportunity that offers to you, the mayor, and potentially we thought maybe working with the fire union to identify people who have made a significant contribution in the area of public safety, or in general. I mean, that would be certainly up to you. We have people who have been killed in the line of duty, and it's an opportunity to remember them. So we've noted that in our memorandum to you. And mostly, I think we want to say thank you because it was an honor to serve on this committee, and we're glad to bring this before you.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
Em, it's good to have you back in front of the body again. We miss you here.
Oh, it's nice to see you. You're all doing great. Seems fine without me.
Thank you.
Plenty of chat.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Croft.
Very briefly, Sheila, thank you for your service and on this, your service generally. Yeah, I think it's a great idea, having had the pleasure of serving with Max. All kinds of fine attributes we could talk about of Max and accomplishments, but I think you hit on the key one. There was just always, whatever the pressures, a civility to Max, a respect, a deep down kindness that is all too often missed. So I'll miss him, and I think it's appropriate. I also think it's appropriate, while we generally ought to follow our restrictions and limitations, that we waive the limitation on waiting, and we just go ahead and do it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I noticed that Kayla is here this evening, and I would like to present her with a copy of this resolution if she would like to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Trainee?
Nothing, ma'am. Let's wait till you're done.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elkrug.
Any more? Do we want to get her picture? Did you want to get her picture? I don't know. Okay, doesn't matter. Are you done with me? Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Peterson?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That ends the consent. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's vote. That's approved unanimously. That ends the consent agenda. I'd like Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider introduction of item 9F12 to correct the public hearing date. Or, 9F2. I apologize. 9 Foxtrot 2.
Thank you for that, Mr. Flynn. Is there a second? Mr. Flynn?
Well, we had to vote to reconsider, and then I can make the motion on the public
You're
hearing.
absolutely right. Start voting. There's one, Mr. Croft.
Hey.
Mr. Croft? Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. That reconsider was approved unanimously. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll move to introduce with a public hearing date of June 7. I need a third, please.
I'll third that.
Thanks. Okay. And Madam Chair, just the reason for this, my understanding is the public notice required for this ordinance was not issued timely to accommodate a May 24th date, hence setting it back to the 7th. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flynn. That's introduced with a new public hearing date of June 7th. Is that correct? Thank you. Okay, that ends the consent agenda. I want to take a quick moment to thank all those who were nominated and approved this evening to serve on a board and commission. We really appreciate your service to our community. And if there's anyone still here who was appointed, please come up to the podium, introduce yourself so we can say hello. I know Mr. McGee is still here. Welcome. Hello.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm coming.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for waking me up and everyone in this chamber so that we could all see this day. Second, I'd like to thank Mayor Ethan Berkowitz for his decision to make the appointment and his confidence in me. And I also would like to thank the members of the Assembly.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Training.
Madam Chair, I'd like to take up Mr. Whitaker, who's got a 6 o'clock appointment to talk to us. Before we do anything else, we need to let him talk, ma'am.
Okay, do we need a motion to change the order of the day?
Make the motion change the order of the day to take up Mr. Jed Whitaker.
Second, please.
Second.
Thank you. We're going to take up item 12, appearance request. Jed Whitaker, please come to the podium. Welcome.
My name is Jed Whitaker. I live at 231 Taylor Street. Brothers and sisters, please forgive me. I am not Abraham Lincoln, and this is not the Gettysburg Address. We live in a more complicated world than Lincoln, but I shall endeavor to be brief on a topic worthy of lengthy discourse. Anchorage Municipal Code 841-010A-3A is racist. Abraham Lincoln said, paraphrased, that the struggle of mankind has been going on since the dawn of time. It is the struggle between the divine rights of kings versus the common rights of man. The tax cap is racist. Beyond-a-Kumpkin. Beyond-a-Kumpkin is a Yupik word. This Gossick massacres the English language and so mispronounced probably Beyond-a-Kumpkin as well. Beyond-a-Kumpkin has many meanings. It means, I love you, I care for you. It is a word we immigrants should learn. The Yupik people have much to teach us. Selective enforcement of the law is against federal law, but is done every day by the Anchorage Police Department, which is 80% white, on the population of Anchorage, which is 40% non-white. For example, I was physically assaulted by a poll worker 2 municipal elections ago, shoved against a wall, and my hair pulled. I asked for charges against the poll worker. The APAD asked me if I was afraid of the poll worker. I said no. That poll worker was allowed by the municipal clerk to continue working. Why is it that all the poll workers in Mountain View are white? Why is it that virtually everyone in the municipal clerk's office is white? I was arrested at the Anchorage Pioneers home earlier this year. Although no charges were brought in court, the arresting officer charged me with criminal trespass and assault. I was in love with Katie Catherine Crittenden, who lives there. My offense, if you want to call it that, was that I told a state employee that Katie and I had free association rights guaranteed by the Constitution, and that if that state employee interfered with those rights, I would call the state ombudsman. I was handcuffed, taken to the Anchorage jail, where 5 people have died in the last 5 months and required to post bail. Even though I posted bail, the head jailer threatened to keep me there overnight. Thank you very much, Anchorage Police Department, the Alaska Court System, and the Department of Corrections, acting in conjunction to violate my civil rights. Welcome to the Gulag. To this day, I am criminally trespassed from the Pioneers' home. Traffic infractions should not be used as a source of revenue. It discriminates against the poor.
Mr. Whitaker, you have 3 minutes. Your time is up, sir.
Yes, unfortunately, my time is up, and I would like to talk about the AFN, the Racist Attorney General of the State of Alaska, and other matters pertaining to the issue of racism and its deployment, subtle, covert, and genocidal. But I close with these words. Beyond-a-Kumpkin. Beyond-a-Kumpkin.
Thank you for being here. We are now down to, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we take our break, may I take a moment of personal privilege?
Certainly, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Mr. Paul Stang to the podium for a moment. Mr. Stang?
Yes.
Little birdie told me you had a small presentation you wanted to make, sir, if you would go ahead. Let's fix the microphone really quickly. I think it broke.
It'll take a second to fix it. Software reset.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. We have 3 certificates of appreciation for Assembly members who have been constant attendees at our University Area Community Council, and we certainly appreciate it. The first goes to L.B. Gray Jackson, the second to Dick Traney, and the third to Pete Peterson. We want to thank you so much for attendance. You have been a great help to the Community Council, and we appreciate your attendance at these meetings and keeping us informed. I'd like to present them to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was sweet, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Before we take a recess for a dinner break, we're going to go to item 11A. notice of reconsideration. We also have 11A1, and on the addendum, we have 11A2. Mr. Starr?
I move to reconsider AO 2016-28.
Second.
Mr. Starr?
Yeah, if I can speak to that, I would like to make certain that the Assembly understands a little bit of process that occurred both before and during our action on this item. When Planning and Zoning, as you're familiar with this case on the Upper Hillside rezone, when Planning and Zoning denied and made their decision final, the code allows the petitioner or the applicant or whoever you would like to call them, it allows them to have a 15-day period to decide whether they want to actively pursue another avenue. What I mean by that is if the petitioner didn't actively ask to come in front of the Assembly, the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission would have been final. So it isn't normal course that it come to us with a denial from that, but what happened was the petitioner formally asked us to weigh in on the conversation. When we made the motion to postpone indefinitely, I don't feel that we met the determination of what the code tells us to do. Certainly we've used postpone indefinitely on matters often or throughout our exposure on the Assembly, but in this particular case I've outlined in the AIM that was in your blue packet, the code is very clear on our options, and it tells us there's 3 of those. It talks about formally affirming the action after the public hearing, of course. It talks about overturning the denied request, or it allows a remanding opportunity to be specific on an amendment and send that either to Planning and Zoning or to a committee. In this particular case, I think with the action of us, I don't believe that a postpone indefinitely motion, particularly one that we didn't discuss, can be interpreted as a no vote. So my take is to suggest that we reconsider the action, and that, as Mr. Croft saw one tonight, it formally brings it back in front of the Assembly at relatively the same place it was before we said postpone indefinitely. So I don't want to debate the matter, but I certainly believe that of principle, and then with that active interest by the petitioner to get a dialogue or a conversation or guidance from this Assembly body, we did not do it in postponing indefinitely. So you can ask Ms. Tucker. I've done my homework. I believe that I'm correct in this interpretation that we are limited to those 3 things and can't say that a postpone indefinitely equals a no vote, or in some cases it's allowed, because I think we're guided by code. I'd like to follow it.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Reddleton?
I made the initial motion to postpone indefinitely, and I agree with Mr. Starr, having looked further, that that was probably incorrect to have done that, and I would support his motion here.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Traney?
Mr. Falls is sure the attorney that has to rip us in court. Your view on this? Is postpone definitely the same, in your opinion, as a no vote on this item?
It would sufficient. Through the chair, it would certainly be our preference to take final action to approve, remand, or deny. And if the Assembly is interested in denying today, I would also counsel that it may be wise to invite the attorney for the applicant to state on the record that I believe they have no objection to the denial.
So was, just one last time, so is the vote to postpone indefinitely, in your mind, sufficient to have this off the table? Because our motion was to postpone indefinitely. Does that get rid of this?
It certainly does not get rid of it forever and for all time. Postponing indefinitely would reserve to the Assembly the ability to bring it back at some future time under Robert's rules.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Falsey.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I initially seconded Mr. Starr's motion to reconsider, and I did so with Eberhardt in mind, because as members who are here remember, when an applicant or someone feels that their due process has been thwarted by Assembly action, being that we don't take the appropriate steps, it can go to the Superior Court and then brought back to us, or the judge can hear it de novo. So, as I look through this, I think Mr. Starr's analysis is spot on, and I think if we're going to do this properly, the best way to do it is to either vote up, down, or remand it. But for us to take a matter that's come to us from P&Z virtually as an appeal, we had no debate on it. We didn't talk about it. I think that would clearly show that the Assembly didn't properly consider it. So I think that's not the appropriate action. If we're going to vote it up, vote it down, whatever, we should at least talk about it before killing it.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, what would be then the proper procedure in this situation where somebody has brought to us an appeal from a P&Z matter, and prior to our taking action on it, they've chosen not to pursue the appeal, which was what I understood happened here. They decided to go a different route. They were going to try to work things out with planning and zone, or the planning department. Are you saying that it's improper under those circumstances, or that the person can't withdraw their appeal?
Through the chair, I suppose there should be and probably is a mechanism for an applicant to withdraw the appeal. I'm not sure that I've seen a formal withdrawal of the appeal.
Anything else, Mr. Evans?
Just real quick, I guess, Mr. Starr, are we going to right now debate and decide this issue finally? Or I looked at your memo and it looked like you may have contemplated a little more time involved in this.
Well, I would not want to get into debating the matter at hand. I'm certainly motivated to follow public process, but if, in fact, we sort of get the matter back in front of us in the same way it was prior to the approved motion of postpone indefinitely, then I believe we're required to move on it in some form or another. So, to be honest with you, I'm not sure I have all my thoughts ready to debate the actual argument. I had studied the conversation. I had thought that there was other opportunities. Quite frankly, I was a little bit distracted by the other method that they were talking about, sending it over to planning and zoning. And then when I recognized that we were going to waive fees, it sort of got cluttered with all of us voting that way. So to answer your question specifically, I would first want to hear from the petitioner, which we have yet to hear from, and then ask them what they would like us to do. I've been on planning and zoning, and it's no fun having to make sausage at that level. So the idea that what I would choose to remand, I would have to do it judiciously. And I'm answering your question because I'm trying to consider the three choices in front of me, much like you would do. Tonight I'm not certain I'm prepared to do the remand because I have to be specific in my amendments. But I think there's opportunity to have a conversation about that. So personally, I'd say a stand down for, say, a couple weeks. It would be what I would initially propose if we come out of the gate. But I guess I'm drifting into debating the item. I'd rather see the conversation come back to us on the merits of was postponed indefinitely the right action based on what's codified in front of us, and then you and I or others debate the matter of what do we do? Is there legitimacy in moving the date sometime else, or do we just kill the thing, as Mr. Trainee said tonight? I don't know. I'm not ready to debate that right now. I'd rather see reconsideration vote come to be. And as Ms. Dombrowski said, I think we have to be cautious of following that because there's certainly an expectation by the petitioner. I ramble a lot, but that's why I started it up. They actively asked for that appeal, if you want to call it that. It's a by right process. And then that kicks in this three-option code where I want to make sure we follow that. It's there for a reason. Certainly we can postpone indefinitely other items. I would not want it to be an option here, as Mr. Falsey illustrated. I think they're looking for clear direction. We have a responsibility to give it.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Anything else, Mr. Evans? I just have one comment, just for clarity. If we do vote, well, when we vote to reconsider, if it is back on the floor, the public hearing is closed and it's back on the floor for debate and action. So that's where we will be if the vote for reconsideration is approved. Mr. Starr, you're in the queue. Do you want to say anything else? Okay, thank you, Mr. Starr. All right, right now we are voting on whether or not to reconsider item 11A, AO 2016-28. Please vote. reconsideration fails by 6 to 5. That is not going to be reconsidered. Mr. Traney, can you make a motion to recess for 25 minutes for the dinner break, please?
Madam Chair, move to recess for 20 minutes.
Second? Second? Thank you, Mr. Flynn. We're recessed for 20 minutes. We'll be back here at, what is it?
Set the timer.
At 6:50. And we are now down to item 13A. It's a continued public hearing, AO 2016-40, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by sale of municipal properties legally described as Lot 17, 19, 20, and 27 in the Villa Park subdivision. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. No one in the queue, let's vote. Sorry. That item is approved 7-0. Next item on the agenda is item 13B, ordinance number 2016-41, an ordinance authorizing the amendment and extension of the J.C. Penney airspace lease agreement. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none? Public hearing is now
Move approval,
closed.
Madam Chair, on 2016-41.
Second.
No one's in the queue. Let's vote. That item is approved 9-0. Next item on the agenda is item 13C, AO 2016-43, an ordinance
Made it just in time, no?
amending Anchorage Municipal Code to add a new chapter regarding indemnification and defense of current and former municipal employees, officials, assembly members, and members of municipal boards and commissions. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask Mr. Falsey a question. I know this came up before, and I just can't remember what the ultimate answer was with respect to community councils and their protections. I've had a couple that have expressed concerns about getting sued about actions they take. Could you enlighten me a little bit about that?
Through the chair, I am happy to enlighten Assemblymember Evans. This has come up on several occasions where volunteer members of the municipality's commissions and boards have asked whether they may be exposed to personal liability for some of the actions that they take while volunteering for the municipality. We have always advised that we would provide a defense and indemnify them, but that is not clearly written anywhere in municipal code, and this is an attempt to provide a more reassuring answer. There are state law provisions that speak to limits on actions that you can bring against individuals who are acting in official capacities, and we have interpreted those to also cover volunteer members of boards and commissions, but I think would allow us to provide those interested parties with a much stronger answer.
If I may follow up, Madam Chair. When I read this, it didn't seem to include community councils in this particular ordinance.
Oh, I'm sorry. I, through the chair, completely failed to address your actual question. Community councils are not official members, are not constituents of the municipality. So community councils fall outside of the municipality and are not addressed by this ordinance.
And even though I promised not to talk 3 times on the same item, I have to break my promise.
It's fine, Mr. Evans.
This policy's not answering my question. As the head of the law department, do you have any advice to give them? Because I think mostly with the marijuana issue, it's come up more frequently, at least with my community councils, where they are literally concerned that they're going to recommend against something, even though it's not an official action, it's just a recommendation, and they'll get named in a suit. Is there anything that you want to pass along to them about that?
Through the chair, not particularly, as my client is the municipal government, and since they're not part of the municipal government, I would not deign to advise them. But I would say it is hard for me to imagine what kind of claims could be brought against them, the community councils or the directors and officers of the community councils, that would result in real liability.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Evans, there are 501c3 corporations. They fall outside city government. We've tried to make sure we don't have a migration. So that's the reason they're not listed on here. Just boards and commissions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. No one else in the queue? Please vote. Who's missing? That item was approved 10-0. Next item on the agenda is item 13D, AR 2016-101, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1.5 million from the Anchorage School District as a restricted contribution to Eagle River Road Service Area Capital Fund for the Yosemite Drive Upgrade Project. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Starr?
I'm going to take the liberty, even though some may not. There's 2 road system networks in and around Anchorage. I probably botched that up a little bit, but one of them is known as the Anchorage Road Service District, the ARDSA group, and then you'll see referenced in this conversation is what the Chugiak Eagle River functions under, which is a combined road service program called SBIRSA, of all things. So if you're not familiar with how SBIRSA works, it has its own independent board, and we have representatives on that board, typically appointed by each community council out there. 7 pretty active community councils, both on our road board and our Parks and Rec board. The reason I bring all that up is this item in itself has become a conversation for discussion. And those that have been around for a while, either on the school board or in our business, the city was sued through road design criteria based on, I'll paraphrase quickly, is that Eagle River High School was deemed that it impacted the road network out there, went all the way up to the Supreme Court. The original developer of the area said that his housing development was adversely impacted, and therefore the municipality and the school district had to go back and widen, upgrade, make modifications to a street that's already been built. Yosemite Drive is out there. As we go down the process of what that road looks like, there's obviously funding concerns, such as this contribution on behalf of ASD into the overall road project construction. There is a bubbling conversation in my community as it relates to mine and Ms. Dembowski's, as it relates to the actual design of the road itself to meet the criteria for the upgrade requirements as mandated by the Superior Courts. I think that dialogue is still going. They had a large public meeting run by Ms. Osiander as it relates to our advisory board. I'm not certain I know the answer to that, but I'm going to urge approval on this one. I spoke about this because it's likely to come back in a bigger conversation when we do the overall award to the road in about a month. We're still working through it. We're getting the issues solved. I hope that it doesn't become an issue. The road board president was in the queue at our last meeting to speak to this, and I think that they're okay with us accepting the money, but they're not yet okay with the design. So Ms. Dembowski and I are caught between needing to report and respond to our board, our SBIRSA board, which we're trying to do as well as comply with the requirements to build the road to street standards. So we're stuck. We're going to ask for your help to wade through all of that probably when the road awardments come. Mr. Abbott's very familiar with it, both from his roles on ASD as well as the municipality. So it's a work in progress. I urge acceptance of the money. The $1.5 million will go some distance to prove up on the requirement ASD has to contribute, but it won't be a small project when it comes to us in that, I think. Sorry, Mr. Abbott, what's the overall project cost, do you think, Yosemite?
Road and drainage together is around $15 million.
Right. Yeah, so it's a pretty big one for our community. The money's already in the bank through the grants and various funding sources. So I gave you all that because it's okay to accept it. There's a lot of people kind of watching what we're doing here. We're certainly hearing the message that we need to have a continuing conversation before we approve the road funding and the design. So urge approval tonight, but stay tuned, folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, just a point of clarification, we actually have like 40 road systems, thanks to our friends in South Anchorage.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Just one quick comment from me. This has been on our agenda for a lot of years when Ms. Osiander was on the Assembly, so I'm really glad to see things moving forward. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. That was approved unanimously. Next item on the agenda, new public hearings. Item 14A, ordinance number 2016-47, issuance of general obligation refunding bonds of the municipality. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
No one in the queue, please vote. That was approved unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item 14B, AR 2016-114, a resolution appropriating $1,065,000 in the Anchorage Fire Department for an ambulance replacement and cardiac monitors, and $2 million in the Anchorage Police Department for E911 upgrade. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Second.
Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't believe I need to do this on this one, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm just making a disclosure that my husband's employed by the fire department. I think pursuant to the Board of Ethics opinion on this matter, I think I didn't require a disclosure, but I'll make it just in case. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Mr. Starr.
I don't see Mr. LeBlanc here. Mr. Abbott, is this the ambulance that's going to head out to Chugiak Eagle River? Do we know?
One of these will. Yeah.
One of these will. And so when we appropriate the money, do we have an anticipated delivery time yet?
I know we've started the purchasing process. I do not know when we will, what the delivery dates on those are. This award will probably trigger an assembly review or assembly approval. Don't quote me on that, but I presume it will. And so you'll be able to get a good estimate of delivery time at that point.
Yeah, I know some of our fire trucks are, 9 months or more is what I thought we were up against. And so it's just we've got one that we're trying to nursemaid along out there. And
ambulances are typically a little easier to do than that. But, yeah, there will be a lead time associated with that.
Great. Thanks for the answers.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Thank you, Mr. Starr. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. That was approved unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item 14C, AR 2016-115, a resolution appropriating $3,360,000 to the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Capital Improvement Fund 461. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
No one's in the queue. Please vote. That was approved unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item 14D, AR 2016-116, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $36,585,000 to the Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service Area Capital Improvement Fund 441. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Madam Chair, I may have a conflict, but
Mr. Weddleton?
I've had about a third of this is for the Spinard Road project, and I've got a business on there, and I've been trying to get this project done for many, many years.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Based on your comments and the fact that this was a voter-approved ballot proposition, the chair rules that you do not have a conflict, so I would like for you to vote. Thank you. No one else in the queue? I thought we did have a motion. So. Okay.
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, no one else in the queue, please vote. That item was approved unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item 14E, AR 2016-117, a resolution appropriating $800,000 to the Anchorage Police Department for uninterrupted power supply and evidence freezer, and appropriating $3 million to Maintenance Operations Department for APD facilities projects. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Second.
Seeing no one in the queue, please vote. That was approved unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item 14F, AR 2016-125, a resolution appropriating $900,000 to the Anchorage Fire Department for fire engine replacement and appropriating $150,000 to Maintenance and Operations Department for boiler replacement. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second? Is there a second? Thank you. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pursuant to the Board of Ethics opinion, if there's an engine that's going specifically to Station 11, I should disclose it. As I look at the fire engine replacement, it says heavy rescue, so I'm assuming that's Station 4, but the chief's not here to ask. Is that Station 4, Mr. Abbott?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so my husband's at Station 11. I don't think I have an issue, so I think I can proceed, but I do want to make the disclosure that my husband is an Anchorage firefighter.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. That was approved unanimously. Item 14G, Assembly Memorandum 293, 2016, application for a new beverage dispensary duplicate liquor license with restaurant designation permit for Brown Bag Sandwich Company, LLC, doing business as Brown Bag Sandwich Company liquor license, number 5465. Public hearing is now open. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome. Please state your name and spell your last. Thank you.
My name is Doug Ferris, F-A-R-R-I-S. I currently reside in Tourniquet Arms condos located adjacent to Brown Bag for close to 20 years now. I am urging the Assembly and Liquor Board to deny the current liquor license application by Brown Bag. Some of my issues, along with numerous other condominium residence issues with the Brown Bag Bar, is the consistent trash and vomit in front of our condo building, but mostly the excessive screaming, whooping, and hollering right outside their door during bar break time every single weekend. I can count on being woken up every weekend between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. bar break time when the Brown Bag Bar kicks out their drunken patrons. We did not have this extreme problems prior to the Brown Bar. Let me just refer to that as BBB from now on. Brown Bag Bar opening. As bad as the previous bar, the Woodshed, was, the Brown Bag Bar is so much worse. My general observation of today's young bar crowd is that they are much louder and more rowdy than 20 years ago, and even just 5 years ago. The problems that we are seeing started immediately from opening day of the bar and have just spiraled out of control. Among the downtown bars, these problems are not unique to just Brown Bag. As you are aware, it is an endemic problem downtown. What is unique is the location of a 70-unit residential condo building next to the Brown Bag that the other downtown bars do not have. These unwanted problems have been thrust upon us by the Brown Bag Bar when they recently moved into the neighborhood. I am an airline pilot entrusted with a $200 million aircraft and the safety of flying hundreds of lives every day. I am expected to be properly rested to carry out my flying duties safely when I arrive to work. For the first time ever, very first time in my career, I had to call in fatigue for work this past Sunday because I was up Thursday night, Cinco de Mayo, Friday, and Saturday nights, 3 nights in a row, due to the noise of the Brown Bag patrons. I was exhausted by Sunday morning. That is unpaid leave for me, money directly out of my pocket. I had even contemplated going to a local hotel to get some sleep, but I refused to be chased out of my home by Brown Bag. On your next flight, I am sure none of you want to be wondering if your pilot was up all night because of the bar next door. In my discussions with the owners and managers of Brown Bag, they refused to accept any responsibility for the actions of their patrons after they have filled them with alcohol once outside their doors. I was told by the owners and manager of Brown Bag that if I want a quiet neighborhood, that I shouldn't be living downtown next to a bar, but rather I should be the one that should move to the suburbs. Once again, I have enjoyed my home for 20 years and will not be chased away by our new neighborhood bar. When the subject of more security was brought up by me, I was told by them also if we wanted better security, our condo owners should pay to hire our own security, basically to protect our residents.
Can you wrap up, please, sir?
Can you indulge me for 1 minute?
Not a whole minute, but please wrap up.
Okay.
Thank you.
If this liquor license application goes forward, rather than just the current 75 people filled with alcohol spilling out into the streets, we will be faced with double that amount of people filled with alcohol spilling onto the streets. They are not controlling their existing crowd as is. I hope this liquor license is not improved until the Brown Bag can demonstrate that they can adequately control their present numbers of bar patrons.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Flynn. You have a question? You passed. Okay. Anyone else wish to be heard? Please come to the podium, ma'am. Please state your name and spell your last. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Bryn McLeod. Last name's McLeod. My husband and I are co-owners of Brown Bag Sandwich Company. It's a restaurant that has been in business for about 4 years now. We've recently relocated to this address at 535 West 3rd Avenue, located nearby but not attached to the Tourniquet Arms condominium building. We have had several conversations with several members of the condominium association, and we've done our best to try to alleviate their concerns with what's within our control. As far as several other issues I've heard on multiple occasions are the noise of civilians as they walk down the street. I wish I could go about and tell people to shush, but I'm legally not in the right to do that. I'm not allowed to usher civilians from one area of public property to another. I'm legally not within my rights to tell them to be quiet as they walk throughout the street. It is public property, and if they feel that some illegal activity is occurring on this public property outside of our establishment, then I urge them to call Anchorage Police Department. We've tried to be compliant with everyone that has enforced rules upon us, whether it be the Muni, the state, the fire department, or the ABC board. Some of those things are denying over intoxicated patrons, whether they want to come to our doors. We're not allowed to serve them. We're not allowed to let them in. That would be intoxicated people walking out on 3rd Avenue. Now, I understand that our existence in this new area has caused them to walk to that area. However, I can't be held responsible for somebody that we've denied access to. As far as bar break noise is concerned, I'm sure people have come to you before with that issue as well. If there's a way that we could try to alleviate the mass exodus of people leaving all at once, we would. I know a safety hour has been used in the past, and I wasn't in the bar industry at the time, but I'd be interested in exploring that. Right now, we're just abiding by the laws set upon us, and so we have to kick everybody out all at once. Now, obviously, that can propose some issues. So we would like to work with the Downtown Partnership, as well as Anchorage Police Department, if they have any insight as to a better way to disperse people. But as I mentioned before, I'm legally without any right to tell people to move it along while they call cabs or converse or smoke cigarettes or whatever it is they do. Furthermore, we are very much a restaurant. We have been for 4 years. We open at 10 a.m., we close at 2 a.m., and we serve food the entire time we're open. We're open 7 days a week, and we are a mom and pop establishment. Started from scratch by my husband and I, and we've invested everything we have into moving to this new location. We thought the neighbors might be slightly pleased that we've revitalized it to the best of our financial capacity, but unfortunately we've been met with a little bit of hesitation, which understandably so. I understand that there's going to be issues whenever you have a residence in the central business district. However, we do feel that we're within our legal rights to operate our business, as was deemed by the Muni by our zoning, is B2C. So, as far as we're concerned, when we were granted not only our occupancy, but also our original liquor license, that was when we were deemed acceptable to operate our business there. Furthermore, these buildings have been neighbors since 1953. So.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Thanks. Ms. McLeod, do you have one or two more comments you wanted to make? I have a few questions for you, but
sure.
If you have any final comments you wanted to make before I ask?
No.
Okay. First off, we do have a provision in code where you can apply and keep your doors open for an extra hour.
Okay.
After closing. Can't serve.
Right.
Alcohol has to be collected. Can't be consumed, but you don't have to kick everybody out at 2:30 or 3.
Okay.
Secondly, my understanding is the current license is used for a dispensary in the basement of your establishment?
Yes, the licensed premises is strictly the basement at this point.
The duplicate would be for the upstairs?
The duplicate would open availability to the upstairs. I had asked the ABC board if we would be able to transfer our beer and wine license from our former establishment, but they felt that that would cause confusion and perhaps a liability if somebody was to take an alcoholic beverage, not a beer and wine, but of a spirit upstairs. That would create a liability and it would be too hard to track. So instead of transferring that, they suggested that we apply for a duplicate license.
And I'm not your lawyer, and I'm not a lawyer, but I've been informed that there perhaps have been some service at from an upstairs location already.
There have been some what?
There's been service from an upstairs location already.
We've had a couple catering permits for several events, but just for catering permits and just a couple events.
Okay. You've been downtown for about 4 years now. You perhaps recall some of the issues we dealt with establishment at the corner of 4th and E, Rum Runners.
Yes.
Okay. They used catering permits to provide service in their basement. Probably wasn't kosher.
I don't think their fire code was either.
That's another issue. Okay. I'll get to the rest of my points in debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Thank you for being here. Anyone else wish to be? Ms. Dombrowski, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple questions for you. I didn't see them in your packet. Do you have any ABC violations?
No.
Have you been cited for anything by the Anchorage Police Department?
No.
Do you have any labor and wage issues pending before the state of Alaska?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Mr. Steele.
Yes. Just a couple of questions. Have you tried, when you make your last call announcement, to also say, drive carefully and consider the neighbors or something to that effect?
What we've done, and this is actually after I've attended a downtown community council meeting at the invitation of Mr. Reno, one of the condo members that's here today. He invited me to this meeting so that we could open up a dialogue, and after that meeting we decided that it would be, it's not a responsibility per se, but it would be something that might ease some of the tension between us if we put our staff, our security staff, at street level at bar dispersion. Now, we don't legally have any right to tell people that they have to move, and we don't have any right to intervene should anything unsavory break out. However, maybe their presence would prevent something like that from happening. So that's what we've decided to do. We've urged them to very politely tell people to call their cabs and, finish up what they're doing and continue moving on. But again, without, I don't want to overstep my bounds legally. So, we try to protect ourselves as well as possible, and we want to be polite to our neighbors, but I don't want to give false promises to them either.
I doubt if a friendly reminder would be considered stepping outside your bounds.
Not at all. I agree with you, and that's what we've tried to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Flynn.
I apologize. I forgot to ask one further question. Do you have any external video surveillance?
We don't. No, we have internal. That's purely. It's not recorded. It's just purely for our own
It's
ability.
not recorded?
No, that's internal.
And have you looked into external surveillance video?
If we feel that could help matters, then we'll look into it. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering, do you have like a deck or an area that is going to be open in the summertime that might not have been open in the wintertime?
We do.
Do you think that might cause additional loud, noises to affect the neighbors even more?
It could potentially. The one nice thing about if it were a deck or a patio is that is our licensed premises, and in the event of somebody hooping and hollering and causing a ruckus or roughhousing or doing whatever they're doing, we do have the right to tell them that they need to be quiet, similar to what we would do in our own establishment. The issue that really is coming to play is when they're walking across 3rd Avenue or, down F Street or whatever they may be doing. That's public property, and so we don't have the right to do that. With this, we do. So we are able to enforce both noise as well as anything else.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you might not have this information, but I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about the prior owners of Woodshed. Do you know how long empty the space was open before you purchased it?
It was open, it was closed for a little more than 2 years.
2 years.
And it did go out of business due to inactivity.
Could you describe a little bit about your clientele? What kind of people are you attracting to downtown?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's part of the reason why we're applying for the duplicate license. In our former location, we appeal to a lot of business people throughout the day that come down for lunch, a lot of families, especially on the weekends as they go to the Saturday market with their kids, a lot of tourists. We're directly across from the Hilton Hotel, and they have busloads of tourists coming off, and they want to try local brews, which is what we've always served in accompaniment to our sandwiches in the past. A liquor license that we have now is a very new thing for us, and that's why we're restricting it to the basement. I know that we are applying for the duplicate so that we can have the right to have the liquor wherever we want, but it's worth noting that we are just planning on doing beer and wine in the upstairs and try to keep a more light, bright, family-friendly atmosphere up there.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. There's no one else that has any questions, so thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening. Please state your name and spell your last.
My name is Russ Reno. My last name Reno. I own the Anchorage Downtown Tour Group, which is just, one business over from them on 3rd Avenue. And I got to say, I'm really excited that they moved in. I've seen my business expand exponentially. I really have seen a lot more foot traffic. It's been nice having the Brown Bag Sandwich Company next to me. I wish there was two businesses that were here before you today, the Brown Bag Sandwich Company and the Brown Bag Nightclub. This would make everything very, very simple for me. If there were two, I would recommend that the Brown Bag Sandwich Company be allowed to proceed as planned, unabated. As for the Brown Bag Nightclub, I would recommend that it close indefinitely with prejudice. Truth is, I have seen a substantial increase, as I said, in business since Anton and Bryn moved in. The foot traffic from in front of my business has tripled. My sales reflect this. What a great location to meet a client for lunch, fantastic food, and why not a glass of beer or wine, and yes, even a cocktail if I choose. As for the Brown Bag Nightclub, since it has opened, I no longer feel safe living in the area. I have personally observed patrons of the Brown Bag involved in mass street brawls, a hit-and-run altercation. I watched a vehicle arrive to pick up someone who had just exited the nightclub, back into a vehicle, park, then argue with the former patron to get into the car and go home. I have woke to screaming and laughing way above normal street level etiquette. When I went out to see what was going on, it was the security staff interacting with the patrons as they were leaving for the evening. Total disrespect to a major hotel across the street and 70-plus condo units next door. Not a care in the world, living it up at 3 a.m. in the morning. The other day I walked into my back of my business business office at 2 a.m. after waking to more noise. I could not believe my eyes as a security guard from the Brown Bag was standing in front of my shop smoking some kind of pipe. I was later told by Bryn that this is called a vape, some kind of electronic cigarette. All I know is there was a strong vapor of marijuana smoke that I could smell inside my business. A few weeks ago, I opened my office at 7 a.m. As I approached the front door, I saw a large pile of vomit all over the front doorstep. I opened the door and went outside to find I was not the only victim. The law office next door was also hit and was later discovered someone had urinated into the crack of the door, soaking the rug in the lobby. 3 more piles of vomit on the entrance to the condo association and 2 more on the sidewalk heading towards Urban Sushi. I called the downtown partnership and asked them for a cleanup. Bryn and Anton would like you to think that
Please wrap up.
Bryn and Anton would like you to think that there's some kind of conspiracy going on. There is none. What I would like to hear is, Russ, I value your business and your patronage as a customer living next door to the Brown Bag Sandwich Company. What we are hearing is they tell us that it's the liquor law's fault. If they would allow us to utilize the upstairs, it would be more security.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Hi.
Hi there.
Please say your name, spell your last.
My name is Antoine McLeod, McLeod. My wife is Bryn. She was just up here, so I'm the other managing partner with her. I just wanted to say that, we do want to make this relationship work between us and our neighbors. I know that's kind of a tricky matter when you're kind of mixing, a business development with a residential development, but I do believe that there is some way that we can coexist, and we're willing to hear any feedback from you guys as to what we can do to make that happen. I know that one of the big challenges is this apartment building is located within, there's 14 liquor licenses around them within a 2-block radius. So while I know that us moving into the neighborhood has increased their foot traffic, that does also mean that customers for the other 14 liquor license establishments are also coming to us as well. There is a problem downtown with, public intoxication, with, homelessness. And I think that, trying to single us out isn't really fair. Like I said before, we are willing to work with the Downtown Partnership, and we've had talks with them about increasing the police force out on the streets. I think that could be something that can help. And really, I think that this is a step in the positive direction. I think that there is a way that we can figure something out so that both of these enterprises can coexist. But one thing to keep in mind is the location that we're at right now, it has served as a restaurant and bar for over the last 65 years. This isn't some kind of new development that just popped into the neighborhood. These people knew that there was a bar here when they moved in. It's probably going to always be one. I'm not saying that that's an excuse. I'm saying that we need to find a way to kind of be mutually beneficial to all parties here. And I'm just asking that the Assembly kind of hear both sides of the story.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Croft. Sir, Mr. Croft has a question.
Yes, sir.
I listened to your wife, and then you take this attitude that you're not responsible for the patrons that you intoxicated getting out on the street. And while that may be technically true, it's still your problem. That is it's a community problem, and it's your problem because you guys contributed or caused it. And I mean, one of the ways we make this work is shutting off your liquor license at 10 p.m. I mean, we could put a special use that does that. It would affect your business. I listened, and I probably should have made these comments when your wife was up, but I think it doesn't help to say what they do on private property when they're exiting your business is not your concern or...
I understand, and I agree with you, and what I'm saying is this is a community problem. We've got a lot of people that come in from, if you're downtown, you've got people that come in from bars all over the place, and we employ 8 security staff to make sure that we're not allowing intoxicated people into our doors. So if somebody comes from another bar who's intoxicated and we didn't get them intoxicated and we don't let them in, a lot of times they're disgruntled and they may be angry on the street and they may walk off, knock over a flower plant or something like that. And that's what I'm saying is when they're out on the right of way, we can't control them.
Right.
And what I'm looking for here is a solution. I think that, by having our upstairs open to serve beer and wine, that does give us a little bit more control. We have no incidents. We've had a liquor license for 4 years, don't have a single incident or serious police report. I think that if we're able to kind of capture more of these customers that are, just our citizens and our tourists, get them in our doors where we can be responsible for them, we can serve them responsibility, I think we can do a better job of helping kind of curb some of this outside noise. Now, as far as the bar break thing, I think that's a great idea to have the hour after bar close to kind of give them some time to disperse instead of everybody going out at the same time. Once again, we're willing to work to do whatever it takes to kind of be a good part of the community and be good neighbors here.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Croft, anything else?
Just, there was a mention of not using the full liquor license, that is just doing beer and wine upstairs. Is that a restriction you're willing to have on it?
Absolutely. Like my wife said, that we were actually planning on just transferring our previous beer and wine license over. It was the actual ABC board that recommended that we go this route because it would be easier. Like my wife said, we are a very family-oriented establishment. We get a lot of business customers during the day, and we don't want to scare them off by having, this loud, rambunctious crowd. So if you wanted to place that restriction on us, we would have no problem with that whatsoever.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton. Did you have a question?
Sorry about that.
Yes, sir.
Have you talked to owners of other bars that have been around for a long time that are also near neighborhoods and seen what they do?
Yes, we have. And, it's, like I said, we've had this ongoing dialogue, and it is a problem, specifically in downtown Anchorage. Not to push the blame on anybody else, but I think it would help if there was a little bit more of a police presence out on the streets, because once again, once these customers are out on public right of way, there's not really a whole lot that we can do. So I definitely sympathize with the gentleman that's protesting our liquor license, because I can understand where he's coming from. It's tough living in the central business district surrounded by 14 bars. You got a pot club located a block away. I could see that might present some challenges, and we've been working with the Downtown Partnership, and we're trying to make a plan to see if maybe we can get the money together amongst us bar owners to get a couple of patrolmen on the weekends during bar break out on the streets.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There is no one else with any questions. Anyone else wish to be heard? Please come up. Good evening. Please state your name and spell your last.
Sure.
Thank you.
My name is Karen Klass, K-L-A-S-S. I own a condo in the building, and I just like to say, first of all, I love your sandwiches. I think they're great, and it's so nice to have somebody that's right next door that you can, if you don't feel like cooking or something like that. I came this evening with this woman. She's in her 80s. She's lived in the building for many years. And there's some other people who are very elderly in the building, too. And there's a problem with when they want to get in and out of their cars. There are a lot of the cars, they're picking up sandwiches and things, not parking properly. I know they're just running in and out, but perhaps something could be changed where there could be a 15-minute time thing just for them, and then we could have some handicap parking or whatever. I'm also upset about the noise and the vomit that's there. I would love to work something out with the people. Once you get the beer and the wine upstairs, it's a vast place, and you're going to have double or triple the amount of patrons that they have now that are just downstairs. So somehow, King Solomon, we can all put our heads together and live in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone else at all? Seeing and hearing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, before anyone makes a motion, I'd like to just offer a couple of thoughts to the body before I proceed. I'll start by handing this out. 3, 4.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Starr.
I'm not certain what Mr. Flynn is going to do here, but it's unusual for us to not speak around a conversation that resolves action requested by the Assembly.
Yeah, and I want to make sure the body is clear on what action I want to take before I make the motion, if that's okay.
It's your call, Mr. Chairman, but I find it unusual that we don't put the motion action that's requested
Right, Mr.
on the
Starr.
floor.
Mr. Starr, thank you, and I agree with you, but I'm going to allow Mr. Flynn a courtesy because I think he really has something to say that might be important to what his motion is going to be.
So, Madam Chair, what you have before you, Assembly Memorandum 293-2016, is basically we approve the designation of the duplicate license. As you've heard in public testimony this evening and received probably at least a dozen emails over the past week, maybe more, there's some concerns. And we did hear the McLeod say that they do want to work with the neighbors to come up with a good solution. So what I've passed out is a new AR, Assembly resolution. It protests the duplicate license, but encourages that collaboration that was spoken of and encourages a reapplication once a better operations plan is in place and agreed to. So my intent is to move to postpone AM 293-2016 indefinitely, and then to move AR 2016-147. I think I'll have to go back up to the 9s to introduce it.
Not necessarily.
So with that, I'll make the motion to postpone indefinitely item 14G, AM 293-2016.
Second.
And just to speak real briefly to it, you know, I get drawn into these fights whether I like it or not. And I had a particularly unpleasant time dealing with rum runners. I want to avoid that situation. And I think that can happen if the owners and the neighbors get together and come up with a solution. That conversation finally began this month, the Downtown Community Council. Better late than never, but late. And I don't believe we have a consensus yet, and I want to give the neighborhood the opportunity to come up with that. we did hear that the activities taking place following closure and during operation are worse than the previous occupants. That's pretty amazing because I remember gunfire outside the woodshed back in the day. But
sir, you're out of order. Thank you.
But I think we do need to ask that the owners and the neighbors get together and come up with a better plan before we approve the duplication. And I will add that we're not putting them out of business. They still have their original liquor license. It would just slow down the duplicate.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. There's a motion on the floor to postpone indefinitely item 14G. Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hadn't heard any discussion from either code enforcement or the Department of Health and Human Services saying there's been any actual noise violations issued. Am I missing something? That's not the point, Mr. Flynn. Yes, please.
Hello.
Hey, Chief Pelley, can you shed some light on that for me?
And I'm sorry I didn't hear your question. I was answering another
Yeah,
question.
that's okay. I haven't seen any actual noise violations from either code enforcement or Department of Health and Human Services. Are you aware of any?
I am not. I'm only aware of two incidents. One was a dispute between owners, and the second was a failure to pay a cab fare, but the bar paid the cab fare for the person, so the call was then cut off.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Tully.
Yes.
So as I'm looking at this, first, I hate to be the stickler here, but I think it's inappropriate to compare one bar owner to another. This isn't Rum Runners and this isn't the Woodshed. So I think those discussions are not necessarily germane to this topic. But the other thing, Mr. Flynn, as I look at your ordinance, it says excessive noise from patrons at bar closing during the week and on weekends. There's no violation on record anywhere of that. Litter and vomit left outside of the premises. To my knowledge, as I look at the incident history summary that has been printed off to us, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in this area from this year, it looks like. And I don't see any litter violations. Significant calls for police service. Again, I don't think 7 calls in this area is significant. Especially when you can't necessarily, one's a suicide call, you can't necessarily attribute that to the bar, or to the restaurant. So again, I think, when we look at these, you have to look at it from a lens of what is the basis, are we being arbitrary, and are there reasonable limitations you can put on to successfully integrate a business with the community. I think Mr. Croft pointed out a good point. If you say, can we limit this to a beer and wine license so it can go along with your sandwiches or whatever, or limit the hours, I think those are all reasonable. But I think we're being arbitrary in number one, keep referencing other bars. Number two, the findings that you found here, because I can't justify them in law. They're just not there. So again, I'm very sensitive to a bar or a restaurant that is so close to a residential neighborhood, but I think this is overkill at this point. I think if you have specific recommendations on conditions, I think this would be ripe to send to the Public Safety Committee to help kind of mitigate those waters. I'm not finding you've proven your case here, Mr. Flynn, to me. At this point, I would be willing to send it to Public Safety to vet out what those conditions should be, but just outright tabling something and bringing back something that arbitrarily accuses them of something that you haven't proven, I think is just a step further than I'm willing to go. But I totally am sympathetic, and I would be willing to go the route of conditions, but I just can't support yours.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. On the motion before us to postpone indefinitely, Mr. Starr.
I'm not going to support it, and it'd be probably callous language. I think it's sort of a lazy solution, to be honest with you, from that, and those are hurtful words maybe from Mr. Flynn, because there's several things that have not occurred yet in the normal process for violations against the operation are to come after sort of the conditional use, and Mr. Croft hit it early for being relatively new on the body. That's a pretty sophisticated conversation because that's right. The conditional use process is the meat of the operation in terms of limitations and restrictions that can guide operations a different direction. They're also the basis for when those conditions are violated, the process for enforcement occurs through administrative enforcement. However frustrating that may be, that's what the laws are on the books, to provide the opportunity for all parties to be heard in an administrative hearing obligation. And this is where I think the lazy comment for me comes in, is that it's quick to condemn, but we haven't followed the protocols that we have done for others. I'm as frustrated as anybody on how long that takes for the administrative oversight. But it starts with those customer complaints nearby, the surrounding community, that says, you told us you would operate this way and you didn't. And that's a violation that justifies administrative review and the process thereof and administrative findings brought back to us. That's for their current operation, whether it be the eloquently described by we like the restaurant during the day but not the nightclub at night. That's where you get in the meat and potatoes of the conditional use. So where I feel like we've perhaps got some discussion going on it, the mechanism that Mr. Flynn is using, first by trying to kill off a publicly noticed action, which was fairly done well, and then subsequently lay on the table for us to so pragmatically consider, it doesn't address the conditional use requirement changes that will fix the current problems. So why I'm concerned, perhaps, I'm a little concerned about the perception that it's going to grow. They've already said it'll be limited to beer and wine by their choice. That to me is a concession. They don't have to do it. But it isn't the right way to do what Mr. Flynn would do next, and that's to waive these conditions and send up to the ABC that we don't like them because there's been a couple folks that have said noise. We much better do our diligence and get that conditional use back in front of us and contain it that way if it's justified. So all that speech is there. I'll tell you, Ms. Demboski and I worked hard so that Quake doesn't turn into that. You folks helped us with Quake last meeting, and it's exactly that, but I did it with on-site meetings and conditions inside that conditional use process that will help maintain the design criteria of our community culture in that area. So I will put that out there just because there is a way to do it. You have to work at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Weddleton?
Thank you. One thing in response to Ms. Demboski is, while there may not be police reports for noise and so on, but we do have public testimony, and we all received emails and so on that made those points. And I think I was very fortunate. I was sandwiched between two bars for my business was for most of the 80s and 90s, and that was Midnight Express and Choku Charlie's, extremely popular bars, very crowded. That was when Spinard was the busy bar place. And I'm a little worried that the notion that off of their property they have no control, because those two bars took care of their problems. They understood if we're not good neighbors, we get shut down. And they were very active. There were problems, but they got on it to fix it. They hired more security guards. And in fact, in my business, I paid for security guards for off-site problems. We couldn't tell the ladies to move off the sidewalk, but if there's a security guard standing next to them, it's very bad for business, and they would move on. So there are lots of things, and it takes an attitude of, we're part of the problem, we'll fix it. And I know those two bars did a great job with it. And I'm not hearing that here, and I think it's possibly inexperience. And though I would typically lean with the conditional use solution, I'm sensing in this we need a few more years of experience to understand that you may be 1/14 of the problem, but you do bring part of that problem, or the petitioner does, brings part of the problem to the area, and should embrace that and say there are ways to solve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, just in response to Mr. Starr, we're under a time crunch here. We're actually 2 days beyond when we were supposed to respond, and we extended so that we could have this public hearing. And I was, frankly, hesitant to propose an alternative because it is complicated. But you know as well as I do, once the license is granted, peeling that onion back, putting the genie back in the bottle, is nigh impossible. I've done it once in 8 years, and I have more problems than anybody else up here. Once I've managed to do it. So I don't want to condemn my neighbors to a 5-year fight by approving something prematurely without enforcing that conversation. And that's why I'm taking this approach. I want that conversation to take place. I want an operations plan that the neighbors can agree on, that the owners can agree on, and it's not just for these neighbors that came here tonight. This street, this block, is where literally dozens of buses queue every single day, all summer long, to pick up tourists, to take them to the train station, to the airport, to their cruise ship, to Denali. Do we want them walking out of the Hilton Hotel and seeing the pictures you have in this packet? I don't. I've worked in the tourism industry. That's bad for business. So I like Brown Badge Sandwich Company. I've actually had lunch there. Very good. I want them to be successful. I want successful businesses downtown. I also want them to work with the neighbors. And the only way I can really force that to happen is to hold off on giving their duplicate license. Again, we're not putting them out of business. They can still operate as they have been, hopefully a little bit better. We're just saying if you want a duplicate license, you got to have that conversation. You got to bring something better forward. And you'll note in here we asked them to bring that to the Public Safety Committee when they have that solution.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I actually have a question for Mr. Flynn, or a couple questions, just reading through this resolution. And I think I have to have a better understanding of this
We're not actually on the resolution yet. We're on the motion to postpone, sorry.
No, I know we are. So before let me finish. Before I know how to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely, I have to understand a little better this motion that we're going to maybe vote on later that you've laid in front of us.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Please ask Mr. Flynn whatever you want.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, how is this different? What does this resolution accomplish that's different than simply denying them and telling them informally to come back at some later date?
If we don't protest the duplicate license, then what do they call it now, the Marijuana and Alcohol Control Board, has no basis to deny the duplicate. We have to give them the basis, and that's why we would have to pass a separate piece of the separate resolution. They won't do anything unless we ask them to.
Anything else, Mr. Dunbar?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Starr.
Well, I think Mr. Dunbar was kind of on it because I think he's perplexed that we're not fixing the problems that we heard. So that's what I'm trying to illustrate here is there's a different way to do it. I don't believe that just because there's perhaps more vendoring of alcohol, beer and wine in this case, that the problems that we've heard about will go away. And that's the issue there is that we're really saying it's a punitive hammer here that you don't get more until you fix what you have, but there's no solution to fix what you have. And I get that, Mr. Flynn, but there is mechanisms that you can start to entertain that do that. This is a punitive action that says you're a bad behavior, you don't get more. And I'm not certain that strategy is going to fix what we've heard in that. And so one of the obligations is to address what we've heard in the operations. Certainly they've heard it and have some disagreement whether it's a localized issue caused by them or not, but we can fix those issues, however troublesome they may be. I'll pull back the onion and make that issue go. It's not unique to the problem that we have. So, Mr. Chief Tolley, could I ask you a question? You've educated yourself since you've taken the job as chief on the bar break problems and the atmosphere that occurs when they all close at once, if you will, and you've gotten aware of it now, trial by fire perhaps. Does this establishment enter into your radar repeatedly as a bad performer?
I cannot say that.
Are there others that enter into your radar as sort of that one that keeps coming up as a bad performer?
I can't say that this one is any more than the other bars in the area.
We have a general problem in the downtown area, but
General
you're not
problem.
willing to say that this place causes it.
Right.
Okay. Thank you for that answer.
Sure.
I don't have any more to say or add. Trying to do it a different way would be what I would suggest than to be punitive in the protest, or in this case the denial recommendation to ABC. We're saying, which Mr. Flynn will probably move next if it passes, is that we just are saying no, we protested on these 3 reasons, because we have to say we protested for something. So in speaking to that matter, I don't think that these reasons are justified to protest an application to vendor more indifferent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my 2 years on the body, it seems like every time a liquor license issue has come up, we've treated it in a different, everyone's been treated differently. The process has been different, the results have been different. And I think one of the problems I have with this is that if we are going to go under the assumption that every time a liquor license comes up for renewal or for any action like this, if there are any public comments complaining about the premises, that we go through this procedure where the owner has to get the consensus of the people in the neighborhood. It's got to go to the Public Safety Committee and get a plan worked out. If we're going to do, if that's the standard we're going to go by, that not having any violations, legal violations doesn't matter anymore. It's just complaints. I think we open ourselves up to a big can of worms. I personally, I can't support the motion for Mr. Flynn's. I don't even know if we have a motion yet. I don't think we got to that point quite yet. We're in a motion to postpone. I won't support it. I think it's important to keep in mind that when we're talking about a duplicate license, we're not removing anything with the current problems, whatever they are. And I'm not even sure a duplicate license adds to the problems in any significant way. It just makes people have to walk less distance to get their drinks inside the premises. So I oppose this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. On the motion to postpone 14G indefinitely, Mr. Croft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any. I did, but I don't anymore.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I think just for my education, is, if I may ask Mr. Starr, what kind of conditional uses would you propose?
I think you could certainly address their procedures of security. We've done it before. Exterior lighting, cameras, hours of operation, the requirement of additional training from their staff over and beyond just the TAMs and TAPs. There's a whole litany of successful entities, including wrapping up earlier at night on the weekdays. When we did Quake last week, it was 8 p.m., I think. And so there's a whole host of creative solutions that are very specific to the operation you're trying to control. And quite frankly, they can petition to bring those changes to us. That's one good way to do it. So
just in the process, so were we to do this without Mr. Flynn's motion, a normal liquor license, you might say, okay, accept this, but amend it with X number of conditional uses.
Yes, and to educate
and
you, just because of the question, is there's two parts to vendoring alcohol. One of them is the licensure from the state, and then the location from us with those conditions improved. And so what this is the application to the state, and it is not the conditional use portion of because there's already a location use permit there, which is what they're operating under now. And sort of my point is that we haven't addressed the mechanisms that perhaps are causing the problems or could be the corrective measure to suggest changes to their operation through those mandates.
Madam Chair, if I may just briefly interject, the conditional use permit is not before us.
Exactly.
And
Mr. Flynn?
I mean, it says specifically, there is a conditional use permit for this location. Okay? That's not before us. That's not our option at this time. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Starr, anything else?
No, I mean, I certainly
I'm
think...
sorry, Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, no, I had enough.
Speaking. Sorry about that. Mr. Weddleton.
No, thank you, I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There's no one else in the queue. We are about to vote on the motion before us, which is to postpone indefinitely item 14G. Please vote. That item fails 5-6. What's before us is item 14G, and I don't see anyone in the queue. Please vote.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Dombrowski?
did we actually have a motion to approve on that one?
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. I appreciate that. The clerk just told me that also. Certainly. Okay. Can I have a motion to approve item 14G?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. God, this is hard. This is really hard. That item passes 7-4. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 14H, Resolution 2016-118, a resolution appropriating an amount not to exceed $6,177,139 of general liability and workers' compensation.
Waive reading, Madam Chair.
I'd like to read one more sentence so everybody knows what we're talking about. Fund balance to the General Liability and Workers' Comp Fund 602. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Mr. Croft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to declare a conflict. I work as a workers' compensation attorney, and leading up to the election, I was trying to get rid of any municipal clients I had, but I did represent firefighters who had workers' compensation claims, both here in Anchorage and across the state. And I believe that the subject of this resolution is payment for some of the cases that I settled before I got on the Assembly. So we had one last firefighter. We got it settled right before I was elected. It was approved. The settlement was approved by the Workers' Compensation Board before I was elected. I do not have any school district or municipal cases that is anywhere an injured worker has that as their employer. Settled my last one, but I believe after sending an email to the administration that some of the money they're transferring is to pay for cases I've already settled. And again, no active, but I just asked to be excused from voting.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Traney?
Madam Chair, the question is, does Assembly Member Croft have a substantial financial or private interest in item 14H before the Assembly?
Mr. Croft?
On whether it's substantial?
He's asking you the questions on our behalf.
Yeah, I know that's your determination. I guess I wanted to put the notice on board. Right now, it doesn't affect me. That is, the settlement's been made. I and the client have been paid. It's more an accounting procedure for the city on how they resolve it. But we got in our orientation that disclosure was the norm and the only safe place. So I guess after disclosing it, I don't think this is going to have a significant impact to me because it's already been done, but I wanted to put that forward.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Starr?
Oh, I think he answered it. I guess you wouldn't know which one is the there's a very unfavorable, it looks like one large claim reference on that. Is that yours?
You know, I asked and didn't get a full answer. I think I'm number 2, an increase in reserving another firefighter cancer presumption claim, but I'm not quite sure.
But you answered my question in that you've already been paid. You invoiced them, they paid it. This is merely our appropriation of the dollar. So
Right.
You've got your check. I don't think that it's anything. Your obligation to appropriate money in good faith is the issue versus paying yourself. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, it's a little trickier than the norm in that we're also need to be cognizant of bar ethics rules in addition to our ethics rules. I would suggest, not just for the sake of the public process and faith in the public process, but also just to keep Mr. Croft out of hot water with the Alaska Bar Association, that it would be probably prudent of us to allow him to abstain from participation in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Mbosky?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think the question goes beyond the first question. Whether the financial or private interest is of a type which is generally possessed by the public. I would say the answer is no. Mr. Croft obviously litigated a case against the city, which we are now appropriating money for. Whether he's been paid or not, he has a unique position. In addition to that, I would argue that full and complete disclosure of the financial or private interest that is required, as it states in AMC 1.15.035. If that's the case, Mr. Croft should be disclosing how much he made, which I think he made it very clear when he first asked to be excused, that I think personally this body should just say he has a conflict. I think a general person, my position is that public perception is large in this one, and if he litigated something against us and then he's appropriating the money, I don't think the average person would think that would fly. So that's my opinion, but I'm just one.
Thank you, Mr. Mbosky. There's no one else in the queue. Mr. Croft, it is the chair's ruling that you should abstain from voting on this document, so why don't you have some coffee in the back until we're done. Thank you, Mr. Croft. Okay, there's no, well, oh yeah.
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve.
Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Croft. Please vote. That item is approved 10-0. Next item on the agenda, please invite him back in.
No.
Next item on the agenda is AR 2016-119, a resolution appropriating additional room tax revenues for 2015 in the amount of $277.41 to the Convention Center Operating Reserve Fund 202 for payments under the professional services contract with Anchorage Convention and Visitor Center. The public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move approval, Madam Chair.
Second.
No one in the queue, please vote. That was approved 11-0. Next item on the agenda is item 14J. AR 2016-120, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage reappropriating $1,531,965 from Merrill Field Airport Capital Improvement Fund 581. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. I'm sorry, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body, Mr. Starr?
I'll move to approve, but I have a few questions.
We need a second. Thank you. Mr. Starr.
I actually was drawn to this by another member of the Assembly, which I would have caught, of course, but I've not seen the conversation as it relates from a capital improvement fund to a, looks like an operating fund. We have another one, so maybe the same answer on L. Mr. Harris, is it typical to move capital budget monies to the operating fund, and what's the reason we're doing it?
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Starr. As I understand the reason we're doing this, and I have the controller, Tom Fink, is here, if my explanation isn't satisfactory, but these are expenses and revenues that were intended for operating-related expenses, and instead they were classified as capital expenses. So we're simply doing an accounting cleanup where we're moving them from a capital area over to an operating category.
And not so bad in the Merrill Field approach, but there's the distinct definition between a capital improvement or a capital project in our minds, meaning we think we're building something new or a large improvement sponsored by a bond or an FAA grant. So we feel like there's a resurfacing project or a new building in that. That's our definition of capital. And then when we say operating, it's labor and it's clearing snow and all that. So when you say that, did you improperly record the first entry into the capital budget and you were moving it back? Or is this leftover money that was designated for a project that we don't have to spend that money on and we feel it's left over?
The Chair, Mr. Starr, I believe this was improperly coded the first time around. And to kind of give you the flavor of what some of these expenses are like, one thing is sort of we've been discussing for a bit is things like traffic calming studies, which ultimately lead to an actual road project. But in and of themselves, there's a little bit of a gray area about whether or not they would actually be considered a capitalizable expense or whether or not they are, in fact, just part of the operational expense. For example, 5 different intersections are studied for traffic calming, for example, but only one is worked on. The one that's worked on, clearly that one resulted in, asphalt and new roads and so forth. But the other 4, it's a little less clear. And so that's where I think really the genesis of this discussion takes place, is that we've had some expenses that in the past we might have considered as a capital sort of expense, but now, upon looking at it a little more closely, it looks as though it's an operating expense. And I would ask Mr. Fink if whether or not that sounds like I hit the mark or not.
Good evening. Tom Fink, F-I-N-K. With this SAP project, we've gone through a lot of research as far as what can be capitalized and what can't be capitalized. And there's certain phases that it reaches a point when it's viable, or you're planning for it, or you're designing it, that you can actually start capitalizing. But all the work before then, you can't. And as a decentralized, since the municipality is decentralized, the people out in the port and in Merrill Field, I know in the port's case, they set up projects for the modernization project, and they just put everything in there. And because we're on high alert with SAP, and because we had to do a write-down last year, 2 years ago, when we get the numbers, we then scour it, and we talk to the engineer for the port, and I think Steve's here, he's not the engineer, and the engineer clearly said, we're not at the capitalized phase yet, so just write everything off. So for this port modernization, we did write everything off. Now it's a stack of invoices. So as far as, I do have some items that were written off, but there were so many, it was just, we're not at the point that we're ready to capitalize. So write it all off, or move it to operating. And in the case of the port, it was grant funded. So we actually took the grant revenue with that and moved it. So it was a zero effect move. But we did have to, and the auditors were all over this, BDO was all over this as well because of what happened a couple of years ago. Mm-hmm. So the port's kind of getting a little more scrutiny. In the case of
2 items from now, by the way, so we'll scrutinize it too likely, but I appreciate your answer on that if it applies to that. The trouble I have with both that is the origin of the money, what the money grant, in this case the FAA grant, what it said, perhaps simply what we are allowed to do with the money. And so if their expectation was we were going to resurface, Quebec Taxiway or new lights or anything like that, and we're now saying that, the study that went into somewhere else on the field is able to use the FAA's money for that, I get a little queasy about being able to redirect.
Well, it kind of depends on what kind of grant or what kind of bond. So in the case of bond money, it's very, very clear on what we can use that for and what we can't use it for. We really can't use it for operational type expenses. So in the case of the study that Mr. Harris was talking about, the traffic studies, if you do a study all over the city to find out where you want to work, that's too vague. It's not specific enough to say that study resulted in this project specifically, so it has to be operations, so we have to move it. And we've been talking to bond counsel, and there's been a lot of research in this because obviously we don't like these things coming up at the last second, and we want to be able to use our bonds and grants to the best use possible. In the case of the grants, it's not necessarily denoted to be capital. So that's why we were allowed to bring the grant money that we got for the project, even though it's operating, and still move it to operating, so the grant revenue came with it. So we still got the use of the grant as designed. It just didn't happen to be capital.
When you move it over to the operational budget, then what does that tell us for the starting point of your budget next year?
Well, this all went through 15, so the money was already spent and booked in 15 in capital. We keep it booked in 15 and just move it to operating, so it doesn't affect 16 at all.
other than your year-end operating expense looks bigger because you've just done what you're saying to do.
But we move the revenue with it, so it's a net zero.
Except when we start budget building for the next year, you budget build off of what you said you spent this year. So at least we do. We look at.
Well, at least I know from my budgets, we don't do it in a vacuum. So we're going to look at what it is, and if there's a big number in there that's a once-a-year type thing, it gets taken out. It's not just an automatic take last year's budget and increase it and then.
Yeah, certainly. But 1.5 million for Merrill is a pretty big budget number move in terms of what I see.
Is Merrill here? I actually can address Merrill Field. I know the part.
Yeah, I get that. The concept was the accounting procedure, and so I'm still a little queasy about doing it, to be honest with you, because we're prone to capital programs. I've not seen it happen before in my years up here. This deliberate.
For Merrill Field specifically, because it happened to the port 2 years ago.
Both, it did.
Pretty big.
Not certain we did it right.
Well, because with this item and the port item, since we're in the middle of an audit and the CAFRA's going on, I'm not going to say there's no option because obviously you guys can vote against it. But from an accounting standpoint, we have to book it this way. Otherwise, we'll get we'll get I don't know if it'll be a qualified opinion, but it will definitely affect the opinion of the audit.
Well,
so I mean, this is stuff that we find out.
I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble, but so be it. Then if we have to look at our capital definitions and our capital budgeting slightly different so that we don't do this again. And so this seems to be a last-minute workaround is what I see, and I'm not being talked out of it that it isn't. And that's what I was hoping to hear was, well, we just sort of did it. Mr. Harris inferred that it was sort of an accounting error to begin with, and it was probably just the definition of the function that perhaps caused that. But I don't buy that yet. I mean, I don't agree yet that that's what happened.
Okay, well, I would say that it would be an error in accounting from central accounting standpoint and from the audit standpoint, but the people out in the field that are actually booking these entries probably thought that's where it belonged.
In the capital project that they were working on.
Well, yeah, but their engineers are not necessarily accountants or CPAs or auditors that are scrutinizing every single AP that say, oh, it's just for this project, it's capitalize it. They might not realize that there's a lot that has to happen before you can start capitalizing.
Yeah. Well, the source of the money is back what draws me back to it. And I'm not going to sit here and debate you, but I certainly don't necessarily think that it's the right kind of accounting method. I've not seen it before, as you say, 2 years ago, but we haven't got to the port item yet. We're on Merrill's. And I guess I still haven't heard a good answer about if you're going to automatically increase your operating budget now and we baseline budget starting in October, how do we get the right number for what your operating needs are, both at the port and here? I don't know that answer.
Well, this is going back into 15, so I'm not sure why that would affect 17's budget.
Well, the concept, if the accounting practice becomes standard, which I hope it doesn't, if it becomes a little more standard, it's okay to move it from capital to operating. That would be why it would occur again.
This is not something we enjoy doing.
Mr. Fink and Mr. Starr, this is beginning to sound like a debate. With all due respect, if you have one more question to ask him, I appreciate it if you would do
I just
that.
asked him why we wouldn't have a problem trying to decipher the December 17th
Thank you, Mr. Starr.
budget request, and I didn't hear a good answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fink. Thank you, Mr. Starr. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item was approved 10-1. The next item on the agenda is item 14K, AR 2016-121, a resolution appropriating a Federal Aviation Administration Airport Improvement Program
Wait,
grant
reading.
and the amount not to exceed $2 million and appropriating $500,000 from Merrill Field Airport fund balance to Merrill Field's Capital Improvement Fund. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone wish to be heard? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
No one in the queue? Please vote. Okay. That, Mr. Starr? Okay. Thank you. That item is approved unanimously. We're now on item 14L. AR 2016-122, a resolution appropriating $6,127,378 from the Port of Anchorage Capital Improvement Fund 571. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Mr. Starr.
Ms. Gray-Jackson, I'm not trying to beat up the topic here on that or deliberate that. What I'm trying to avoid is the fact that if this was a discovered item in a current audit, BDO found it, and if they're saying that we're going to go ahead and fix it this way ahead of the audit to avoid a conflict in the audit report, then I don't necessarily agree that that's the right procedure. They stumbled across it in the audit process, as they should have, appropriately, and they're going to gig management on it. Gigging means there's a management comment that may show up, may have to be justified. It happens on a lot of accounting entries. So my grilling of the folks here is that, are we doing an end run that potentially we should be cognizant of? It may be okay to get a management comment here, even though it's negative. I don't think it's going to affect the health and safety or the health and the finances of the city interpreted at a higher level. I would like to see something like this accounting procedure show up in the CAFR, if that's what happened. And so my grilling is to say, did we get it? And I'd like you to come down because it's important to me as chair of audit that we're not trying to do an end run on BDO.
Do we have a motion?
And before you continue, before you make a statement, Mr. Starr, I really appreciate your comments and your questions, but I just thought that the conversation began to be a debate, and we don't do that on the floor. You know, I would rather see the document postponed until another meeting and ask all the questions and debate off the floor. But with that said, Mr. Fink, Mr. Starr, you have a question for him? Was there a motion?
I didn't move it.
And there was a second, right. Okay, Mr. Starr.
So back to your BDO comment on that. Did they
Through the
bring
chair.
it up in the pre-audit meeting with you already?
No, through the chair, there is going to be a port comment in the CAFR, so there is going to be something there for the port. But the way the construction projects work is that everyone's responsible for their projects out in the field. At the end of the year is when they close the projects, figure out what they can capitalize, what's done. That's when the accountants start looking at all the detail. That's when all this comes out. BDO did not find this. We found this. When the port gave us their work, we looked all through and said, wait, what is this? We met with port, we met with the engineers to try to find out, because again, this wasn't something we wanted to do. We just did it. So we did find this, but we would have found this earlier if CWIP was closed quarterly or every half year. Instead, it's the end of the year. The whole city is closing their projects. Everything comes to us all at once to try to close for the CAFR and the audit. And we found it. BDO did not. We talked to BDO because we said, went over the rules again. Look at this stuff. Is this really something we have to move again? And that was the best we could do. So we did find it.
It isn't a lecture. It's really just to make sure. And you already answered my questions that BDO is involved in the conversation. That's helpful.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like an attempt to sort of influence the outcome of that year-end
Oh, no,
audit.
they're going to write a note on this in the CAFR.
Thanks for your information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fink. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll have to admit that when I first read this item and the previous one about the Merrill Field, the first thought that came to my mind is that we were cannibalizing our capital funds and using them to balance our operating budget. And I'm just hoping that that's not the case, and I think it probably is in accounting error, and hopefully we'll never get to the point where we have to cannibalize our capital budget to pay our operating budget. Hopefully. Thank you,
Mr. Peterson. Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote. That item was approved unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item 14M, AR 2016-123, appropriating $303,612 as a transfer of responsibility from the state of Alaska and appropriating $31,605 to area-wide general fund. AMAT's Traffic Control Signalization Program, CY 2016-2018. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
So moved.
I seconded it.
Seeing no one in the queue, please vote. That item is approved unanimously. Item 14N, AO 2016-48, an ordinance to add a new chapter to prohibit fraud and false claims against the municipality. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Hello, sir. Please state your name and spell your last.
My name is Ron Alleva, A-L-L-E-V-A. I'm here to ask a question about this prohibits false fraud and false claims against the municipality. And it ties into the community council being indemnified. And there's kind of connecting the dots here. But when I sued Beans Cafe and the Brother Francis Shelter, that lease that was negotiated with the municipality had a hold harmless clause and indemnified the city against any suits. When I brought that suit, their insurance company settled for $10,000 each, and the city paid $10,000. I've protested in the past that that money should have been collected from those two entities. Now, if they do collect it, I consider it that was fraud on the city because they're way out there on their conditional use. And if the taxpayer doesn't get the money back, do I get a reward for bringing this to your attention as fraud against the city? Because now I'm retired and I could use the extra money.
Anything else?
Maybe Mr. Farsley, can you answer that? This guy's brilliant. He can make up the law as he thinks.
Mr. Leva, this is a public hearing.
I understand what it is.
Yeah. Thank you. Anything else? You still have?
Well, I want that question answered. Did you ever collect the money from those two entities in this budget crisis?
I really thank you for being here.
Oh, did you collect the money? I still got 3
But
minutes.
this is not a question and answer.
But this is an interpretation, and if you don't understand it, what are you going to do? I mean, what do you think, the public understands it? What does it mean?
You have 41 seconds left. You can continue talking if you like.
Well, I will, because I'm going to tie this into this one. We're going to go to the next one, how it affects it. We'll go to the next one, and then I'm going to appear 3 minutes at the end of this meeting. And I think that this type of fraud and sanctimonious shield that these nonprofits had, you're protecting them. That's all you're doing, and you're throwing money at them. So let's play with the same deck of cards. No different than the brown bag. I can't believe he didn't have any claims against him. Brother Francis and Beans has 5,000.
Thank you, Mr. Lever. Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Are there any questions?
No.
How do you know?
Because I have the screen in front of me. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Okay, seeing no one in the queue, please vote. Whoops.
You have to have a motion.
I thought there was a motion.
No.
Sorry. Thank you. Public hearing is continued. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
I have a question. Or did we move it already? I get a vote on my...
No.
Oh, I moved
We-
there. It's
thank you.
moved.
So there's a motion and a second, correct? We need a second.
Second. I moved it. Somebody will second it. We can
Okay.
discuss it.
Okay.
Second, Weddle.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
I couldn't push my button to get in
I
the
know
queue.
we need to,
It's okay.
we need to be
We
reset.
took you out of the building.
Fine. It's a late night here, but it's only 8:30. Mr. Falsey, the conversation, not necessarily Mr. Leva, but on our page 546, it seems to, and this is civil actions B1, I guess I'm confused by the false, who answers up to the claim that it's false? Because in B1, for example, it would put that somebody's bringing the attention of a problem to the city, and they think that there's fraud or that, so whatever, and then it appears that this new law that you want to put on the books would add the burden of that proof to that claim to them, instead of us disproving that their accusation has some validity. Is that what I read?
Through the chair, maybe I can back up and set the stage a little bit on this. As I was reviewing our municipal code provisions, it was striking to me that we do not have anywhere codified a general prohibition on defrauding the municipality.
Okay.
And in the absence of that, we would have to rely on a common law fraud theory. The purpose of this ordinance would be to move us beyond the unwritten common law fraud regime and to also expand protection for whistleblowers, while adopting this Lincoln's Law model to increase detection and allow us to better police these items. That gets to your question. In this B1 section, we are adopting a model which has been in place since the Civil War at the federal government and is now in place in 29 states and at least several localities, that allows private parties to find and detect fraud, and the mechanism that would be in place if this ordinance is approved would be they would bring a complaint to the municipal attorney's office. And the municipal attorney would then be forced to act on it in one of three ways. Either to say, this looks like a good case, and I'm going to take it over, the municipal attorney's office is going to take it over and file an action. Or, this looks like a terrible case, I am not going to authorize you to do it, and I'm not going to do it, nobody's going to do it. Or, a third way, which is to say, that looks like there is a lot of smoke here, it is not clear that there's fire, or we don't have the capacity to handle it ourselves. You can run with this ball, and if you obtain a recovery for the municipality, you can keep a share of it, but the bulk of it returns to the municipal coffers. So what you're seeing in B1 is that mechanism that allows a private party to find and report where the municipality has been defrauded, and that comes to the municipal attorney's office for action and review.
You make it sound like it's an opportunity, but I read it as a requirement before they can bring that to our attention.
It is a requirement in the sense that right now the status quo is a private party could report fraud, perhaps to the ombudsman, perhaps to my office. It's actually not clear at all where they would report some kind of fraud, but they couldn't do anything other than wave a flag. And without the whistleblower protections that we're proposing here, there's a lot of potential downside risk for them in doing that, but not a lot of potential upside other than good citizenry, good government. This would say that they could get into the game, but yes, the only way they could get into the game would be by passing it through our office, which would serve as a filter to move out claims that we thought were meritless or frivolous.
And you're exchanging the word fraud, and I could use the word theft from the municipality as well?
I think that would be appropriate, yes.
So if somebody says, and here's where it goes further for me, is that I have people that call me from time to time and say, hey, you should check into this because a guy's putting municipal tires on his truck. And all I can do is maybe call the department head and say, hey, I got a call from a guy that said he's putting municipal tires on his truck. Or I get the ones that, he's filling up his personal car with the gas card. Another employee's turning another guy in. I mean, where does it end in terms of not end, or where does it start? And me calling you and saying, hey, I got a call from an employee in maintenance, he's saying this. If I got to make a case against that, that's a little bit harder for me.
Right, and certainly through the chair, there's certainly nothing about this ordinance that would prohibit or change that arrangement from continuing to occur. You could always take this in a sensible, common sense way of going to the department head and saying, I've got a report, can you please look into it? The other thing I would say is we recognize that certain claims would not be appropriate for this procedure, and so the kinds of claims that you were describing, putting on the tires, adding the gas, would not fall under this regime because we have limited it to claims that would not be hearable in small claims courts. So if we're not trying to get inundated with rinky-dink, nickel and dime type claims, but we are trying to find if there are any big fish out there. And to my understanding, I am not aware of any dollar of recovery that the municipalities had for bringing a fraud action. Hopefully, that is because we have never been defrauded. I'm not confident that is true.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. We have a little problem with our machinery here, but would anyone else like to make a comment? Mr. Evans?
Well, I have some amendments whenever you're ready for it.
That's right. That's right. Well, no other comments, Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You have copies in front of you of 3 amendments. I guess while the computer's down, I'll go through them, and then
Please.
we can vote on them individually if you like. The first two are fairly minor. On page 11 of the ordinance, I changed Mr. Falsey's ordinance. Originally protected whistleblowers by allowing them to recover twice their back pay if they were discriminated against on the basis of them being a whistleblower. I recommend that be changed just to back pay. I think that's a sufficient deterrent. I spent a lot of time defending companies. Not all whistleblowers
Second.
Was that so much?
I agree with you.
Okay. Not all whistleblowers are angels. I think just having it back pay is sufficient deterrence and doesn't open up a windfall situation for the whistleblower. The Second Amendment, which is on page 12 of the ordinance.
Mr. Evans?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we vote for each amendment?
Yeah, if you're ready.
Yeah. And I think we're fixed now with the machine. So, okay, let's vote on amendment number 1.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Croft?
So there's a motion to approve amendment number 1?
Yes.
Has that already been made?
I don't know if it was seconded, no?
I did. That was me doing
Okay,
that.
we were having a little bit of trouble with machinery. Madam Clerk, can you help us out a little bit here, please? Thank you. I thought Mr. Evans
I
made the
moved
motion.
to move amendment number 1.
And then I thought Mr. Starr seconded?
Did.
Yes. You're welcome. Please vote.
No, I'm
Mr.
under
Bosco?
debate.
Mr. Croft, I'm sorry, the machines are not working, and so I can't see when somebody's in the queue, but, Mr. Croft?
Yeah, because I'm not sure. I'm in favor of amendment number 1. I'd like to ask Mr. Falsey, do most provision, where did you get the 2 times back pay provision?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Croft, this is modeled directly off of the federal law. So 31 U.S.C. 3730H has a similar relief from retaliatory actions provision that provides if an employee, contractor, or agent is in any manner discriminated against because they do a lawful act in furtherance of the False Claim Act or make an effort to stop a violation of the False Claims Act, their relief will include 2 times the amount of back pay, et cetera, et cetera. So this provision is directly modeled on federal law.
Yeah, and that's my concern is that if you're only, if the entity that has punished a legitimate whistleblower, and we're now at the end of a legal process that has decided they were right, they noticed something that was illegal, they got fired because of it, and the only punishment for the entity that did all of these things is you got to pay them what you would have had to pay them before, plus interest, which is now at 2.5% or whatever. It is not, in my opinion, much of a disincentive to do that. In fact, as a manager, you'd hope none of these conversations happen, but you say, all you're going to be out is what you were paying them anyway. Might as well fire the guy that blew the whistle on us. So this was in here for a good purpose, an appropriate purpose, is to make that manager think twice before they punish somebody that did all the right things. Now, again, you don't know the result of any particular action, but this is the limit. This is the recovery when they win for being wrongfully fired for doing the right thing. There ought to be more of a punishment. We should vote against amendment number 1 and retain the original language.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Bosky?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I 100% agree with Mr. Croft. I know some might be shocked. And I say that not lightly because I'm probably the only member sitting on this body that has been a whistleblower. I've been in this situation, and it is not easy for employees to turn in an employer that they respect, that they like, for violating law. It's not easy. And I can tell you as an employee, sometimes, especially when it comes to regulations like this, they're put there. It's not just a deterrent for the employee, but it has to be a substantial deterrent for the employer. So I 100% agree. I think if you change this to, just back pay plus 2 or 3%, I don't think it's a substantial enough deterrent for employees to not retaliate, or employers not to retaliate, because I can guarantee they will, and they'll find a way around it. But the fact is, I think the substantial deterrent, I think it models federal law. I think it's appropriate. But when we're looking in that prism of, I just generally go by the rule. I don't think we should be less restrictive in this particular instance than the federal rules are. I think the federal rules are appropriate.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote on Mr. Evans' amendment number 1. Yeah, it is. That amendment fails 4-7. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment number 2 is found on page 12 of the ordinance, and it changes the statute of limitations period. Currently, as written, the ordinance, you would be able to bring an action under this for up to 6 years after the events took place, or you became aware or should have became aware that the events took place. I think that's too long a period of time. Generally, tort actions are 2 years under most theories. Contract actions are 3 years. I don't see why 6 years should be the case in this situation, even if it's the case in federal law, which I don't know if it is. But 6 years, a lot happens. It's very hard to defend cases after 6 years. A lot of records are gone. A lot of people are gone. I think 3 years is more in keeping with a reasonable statute of limitations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I don't see anyone in the queue. You need to make a motion, Mr. Evans?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
I think he's right.
I think we're missing one person. Okay, that amendment was approved 10-1. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve amendment number 3.
Need a second?
Wasn't number 3 due, ma'am, before we asked for a second?
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Sorry, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said? Thanks. What amendment number 3 is, the ordinance is proposed, creates a process whereby the municipality can, prior to initiating any type of litigation against a potential fraudulent entity, engage in basically compelled discovery. They can send interrogatories, require the business to respond in writing, can request to do other forms of discovery. My amendment takes that power away. It's pretty uncommon to be able to engage in discovery prior to litigation. Normal civil litigants don't have that authority. I think it opens up the possibility of abuse. When a company gets served with one of these, it's going to have to hire a lawyer, go through the hoops, expend the expense, and it could turn out that the city doesn't have a case after all. I know that the city's argument in response is that sometimes this could be used to avoid litigation. If they think they may have a claim and they just need more information, it could give them the amount of information they need to decide whether to go forward or not. I just think it's too burdensome on the individuals that they are serving to do that. Either they have a claim and they know it, and then they should file it, and then have their discovery, like in the normal course of things. As I said before to Mr. Falsey, if I knew Mr. Falsey was going to be the head of the law department forever, I'd be a lot more comfortable with this process, but I suspect he may not be, and I think it is a process that could be subject to abuse. So I would remove it and leave the rest of the ordinance as is.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Dunbar on the motion.
Given this rather large change, I'd like to hear from the municipal attorney on how this ended up in there, sort of the origins of the provision, and what if they have any differences of opinion with Assemblyman Evans.
Through the chair, thank you, Assemblymember Dunbar. Assemblymember Evans has accurately presaged the opinion that I'm going to offer, which is that I think this is a valuable part of the overall toolkit. It is modeled, again, on the federal law. The federal attorney general has the civil investigatory demand power. The state attorney general has similar powers under our Unfair Trade Practices Act and in some of our antitrust regimes. we also, in developing this proposal, took a hard look at it and noted that the Assembly has granted subpoena power to a variety of bodies across the municipality already, and they are outlined in the Assembly memorandum which is attached to this ordinance, and they include the Assembly itself and the Board of Ethics, the Ombudsman, et cetera, et cetera. You can read that list. The Municipal Attorney's Office already has the power to subpoena individuals, compel documents to be produced, and to get questions answered. The question is whether that power should only come after filing the lawsuit or before. And our sense was it would be better to be able to test some of these cases before filing them, because that would be a less public process and a hopefully less expensive process for certain individuals who are targets of a fraud investigation. I, in researching this, was informed by a Supreme Court decision from the State Supreme Court of Minnesota, who was commenting on this, and they wrote, "The pre-complaint procedure was created because other methods of obtaining information proved unsatisfactory. The voluntary cooperation of the party being investigated was not always forthcoming. Nor did it seem fair to the state to file a bare-bones complaint, which it could do, and then undertake discovery in an adversarial setting to ascertain if it had a case. Experiences indicated that the pre-complaint investigative procedure, somewhat akin to the state's visitorial power over corporations, is often the best and fairest manner in which to proceed." So that's how we landed on adopting this aspect of the federal model. I think there are upsides. Certainly any power can be abused. It is also within the prerogative of the Assembly to take a power away from any organ of the municipality if it becomes abused, but it is a question for the body to decide.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton.
So, Mr. Falsey, so if there were a case where this were abused by someone who followed you, is there a way that someone being investigated could kind of say no or file an appeal or whatever? I don't know what the legal language would be, but say, no, this isn't right, you shouldn't have to be able to ask this.
Yes, and through the chair, Assemblymember Weddleton, you would do something in the nature of moving the court to quash the civil investigative demand. And you can see in B2, actually all of B, that the whole of the civil investigative demand issued under A can't require you to get anything or to comply with something that you wouldn't otherwise be able to get under this civil rule. So our understanding was we keep the rein, whoever has this prerogative would still be reined in by ultimately having court oversight of the process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not a lawyer. I've said this twice tonight now, but I'm trying to understand this, and like I said, I can only rely on my experience. So, is it because this is civil? I mean, typically, if somebody's defrauded somebody, my experience is there's a search warrant served, APD comes in, the FBI comes in, whomever comes in, and they get the records. They do their investigation. Why aren't you going that route? I mean, why are we? Is it because this is civil? I'm trying to understand.
Through the chair, Ms. Dombrowski, it is exactly because it is civil. The civil investigative demand procedure is somewhat akin to a grand jury in a criminal proceeding, where the grand jury can issue subpoenas to determine whether there is a case and can compel the production of documents and testimony. This, again, would allow that type of action to occur on the civil side ahead of actually filing a lawsuit. And maybe to make this less arcane, I think this scenario, to put a concrete scenario in front of the Assembly, if someone came to us and reported that the municipality was being defrauded, and we thought this was 85% true, but we just want to cross one more T and dot one more I. The question is, would be able to send a letter insisting that the target of the fraud investigation send us the documents that will either confirm or refute that they actually did defraud the municipality, which is a letter exchange that is not really happening in the public, or should we go ahead and roll the dice and file a complaint with the information we have on the theory? We'll get the rest of it once the lawsuit, which is a public document and a public process, starts. I think our preference was to sue after getting all the ducks in the row rather than to sue first and then make sure we get the rest of the documents.
So I'm just trying to understand, and I guess I would just assume as a layperson that if somebody commits fraud, it's a crime. And I would think the police could have a search warrant or whatever if you had probable cause. So I'm trying to understand this because obviously my mind doesn't work this way. But so now what we're saying is we wouldn't necessarily, if somebody commits fraud against a municipality, we're not necessarily going to go after criminal. We're just going after money. So that's why we're not going that APD route.
And through the chair, I think the answer is you could do both. So if someone has defrauded the municipality, that could be a crime resulting in them going to jail. But the civil action would be to disgorge all of the money that they took from us with penalties. So that the deterrence theory being that if you steal from the municipality, you have to pay us even more than what you stole from us on the theory that we're not going to detect it 100% of the time. So we need some heightened penalties to say even if we're only going to catch you a third of the time, it is still not in your financial interest to steal from us. And the difference being civil is recovering all the money. The criminal side would be potentially jail time.
Okay, so one last question. If we go Mr. Evans' route and pull this language out, basically we have a claim, we think we know what happened. We don't know yet because we don't have all the documents. We would go to court and then the court could tell them to turn over the documents, right?
Through the chair, the way it would play out is we might still send some form of letter before we filed a lawsuit, and they could either respond to that letter or not. Once actually filing the lawsuit, the municipality would then send virtually the same document that it would have sent ahead of the lawsuit, but now it would be governed by the Alaska Rules of Civil Procedure more formally. So we would have interrogatories according to a timeline set by the court and with a clear process for someone to quash a discovery request.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify a couple things that transpired there, I think it's important to note that this power that the municipality has under this CID proposal doesn't require probable cause. It's just the only standard is that whenever the municipal attorney has reason to believe that somebody may have committed fraud, they can engage this compulsory request for information. Second, as like Mr. Weddleton's comment, yes, there is, they can send this request to the business that they're concerned about, and then that business then has to go to court in order to try to quash their request. So you're automatically engaged in lawyers, you're already in the litigation process. I just think that it's standard, the best way to do it is if the municipality has enough evidence to believe they've been defrauded, file the claim in court, let discovery take place through the regular rules of discovery, don't engage in this process in advance, which also could lead to, if Mr. Falsey is correct, then the information that's obtained through this request could lead to criminal charges. I think that's also concerning that as to the ability of the business or entity to know that in advance. So I would just recommend not granting this extra power to the city.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Croft.
So, we're trying to figure out when we ask these questions, at least with the ability to get them answered. And I'm worried that with the amendment, we're in a sue first, ask questions later scenario. That is, we're forcing suit before you might want to have really done it. That is unpleasant for everybody except the lawyers, and has financial consequences as well. When you sue and you turn out to not have the basis for it, then you can get all kinds of assessments of attorney fees and costs and whatever. I'd prefer a system where before we sue, we have the sue first, ask questions later, or ask questions first and sue later. And I'd prefer sue later.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I guess to any attorney in the room, then going back to Mr. Evans' comment on page 554, line 43, would it make sense, has reason to believe, change that to probable cause? Does that have a more vigorous legal meaning?
No, let them finish. They're newbies.
Any attorney.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Weddleton, probable cause is typically a criminal law concept. I'm not 100% sure as I sit here now and extemporaneously think through it if it would work in this setting. Certainly, it would indicate to a court that that there is a heightened hurdle before one of these letters must be complied with, and then I suppose it would give you an additional basis to argue to a court that you wouldn't have to respond to the letter because our office had no probable cause. I think, as I think through whether that would work, I think it would put the municipality then in the position of having to disclose roughly what it had to the court, who would then be put in the position of determining if that was 60% persuasive. I'm not sure if that would work or not. I'd have to give it some more thought.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Folse. Anything else, Mr. Weddleton?
No, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Evans.
Yeah, this was, I promise, my final comment. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to respond to Mr. Croft's comment about suing first or asking questions first, my amendment would place the city in the exact same position every one of your clients is in. They don't get to command answers to their questions before they file suit. They have to file suit first, engage in the discovery process. It'd be no different for the city, puts them in the exact same position, and I think it's more than fair.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Flynn. Please.
We are dredging up horrible memories for me. I spent the better part of a year and a half of my unfortunate life dealing with the legislature's tort reform package back in, I think it was 96 and 97, 98. And this is hearkening back to the empty chair argument, which took place. And I'm not a legal scholar, so I'm going to mess this up. But what we did, over the objections of some in this room, was change Alaska tort law so that if there are multiple parties associated with a tort, and you are the plaintiff, you have to sue each of the parties associated with it, even if you don't think they had anything to do with it, because it was an affirmative defense of a party that you pursued a claim against, that this guy's not here, it's actually his fault, and therefore you have to put the blame on him. And that's not exactly how it works, but that was the gist of it. This harkens back to that discussion for me, in that what we're saying is you got to sue before you figure out if you should sue. And I personally spent, 6 weeks in a courtroom representing my former employer as the corporate representative because of that exact situation. And I hated it. It was a waste of my time. It was a waste of the court's time. And if people had simply asked the question, we wouldn't have had to deal with it, because in the end, all the blame was on the plaintiff and the defendant that didn't have any money. So I am disinclined to support this just because I would dearly love, as a business representative, to avoid 6 weeks in court on a tort claim that shouldn't have been brought in the first place. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Dunbar.
I'd just like to commend Mr. Flynn on his memory.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote on Mr. Evans' amendment number 3. That amendment failed 4-7. We now have before us the main motion. Anybody else want to tell me what to say? As amended. AO 2016-48. Please vote. That was approved unanimously. We're now at item 14-0, AO 2016-50, disposal by sale of municipal property for less than fair market value. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening. Still a good evening, warm outside.
Please state your
My name is Ron Alleva, spelled A-L-L-E-V-A, and I'm here to speak to this ordinance as far as the disposal method. I'm going to connect the dots again. I'm an auctioneer. They used to auction all the tax foreclosure properties and real estate properties, even if it was deemed surplus by the municipality. Well, I can tell you, and I told you earlier, I'm retired, mostly forced out of retirement, health, and economic conditions imposed by the great state of Alaska saying Alaskans first, and they hire an Alabama company and send out close to $1 million in commissions. Now, how this ties into the municipality is because there was a lot of talk about doubling up with piggybacking the school district. Well, unfortunately, the auction contract used to be piggybacked. Now it isn't, and I have to negotiate as an auctioneer with both of them. But my point is the methodology of sale to sustain jobs in Alaska, the auction barn that could handle the city, school district, state, the borough, who, including the city of Juneau, use outside firms. They send out the jobs, they send out the commissions, which is the money that doesn't circulate back in here. So what I'm proposing here is almost to eliminate our industry, that the municipality in the future, if you ever get your technology down, if this was to go to sale, you could click, talk in the legal description, and boom, automatically it would hit a website where the entire state, if not the world, could see that property was up for sale. And that's what you want. You want a quick turnaround, you want maximum exposure, and you want to kind of make this platform one that's sustainable for Alaskan jobs. And by bringing in all municipal surplus, this would employ people, especially like where the auction barn is, 26% unemployment. And I'll tie this in with the homeless because SB 91, you're going to release 726 prisoners, and it's going to triple the homeless population. And that facility with this platform, the auction platform, would employ those type of people. Train them for moving the desk, whatever you got to do, detail the cars, but that would be a great facility. So
Thank you, Mr. Ileva. Appreciate your comments. Time is up. Anyone else wish to be heard?
Any questions?
No.
I'll be back.
Okay, well, wait. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone else? Seeing no one else, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
We need a second. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Trainee. There's no one in the, well, Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I'd like to support this, but I wanted to make sure, this is along Chugach Way, which is a somewhat narrow road, and the area is ripe for redevelopment, and we see this project that Cookland Housing is doing is a huge development there, and there's lots of room for more. And as they develop on Chugach Way, they will need to widen it because it's too narrow for a neighborhood collector. And I'm concerned that should they need to widen it, they'll have to buy back some of this land for right-of-way. And I was told that by Robin Ward that it would be automatic to put a public use easement on this so that it wouldn't have to be purchased for right-of-way. And I wonder if she could confirm that, if I got that right. Is that...
Would you come down to the microphone, please? Thank you.
You waited all night. Might have...
Hi.
Through the chair, Mr. Welton, that is correct. We will be placing a public use easement over the entire parcel. That will also overlay on top of this easement. Basically, it'll cover the whole entire parcel. This is a very small parcel. It's smaller than most of your houses.
Okay, good, thank you. And I'd urge support for that.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. If there's no one else in the queue, please vote. Next item on the agenda is item 14P, AO 2016-49, enacting Chapter 12.50 Retail Sales Tax on Marijuana and Marijuana Products. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Hello.
Good evening. Ron Alleva, A-L-L-E-V-A. As I said, hey, and I won't repeat, when you tax marijuana, whether it's a drug or agricultural product, it's kind of like the city's liquor tax or cigarette tax. We have a budgetary need for rehabilitation, beds, drug education, and basically, if you tax this product, I'm going to recommend and suggest you look into keeping that money specifically earmarked, not in the general budget, because that's what they did with the liquor tax, and it never came back to really fight the alcohol problem in Anchorage, or statewide for that matter, because it goes in another direction. You can say anything you want about marijuana, gateway drug, whatever. We know we have a drug problem from aspirin all the way past heroin. But if you get this money, I think it should be earmarked for those programs of education, prevention, and also treatment. So when you look at this, don't leave a door open to lose the money down the drain in the operating fund. Is my 3 minutes up?
No, you have a minute and a half.
Oh, well, I mentioned my health, and I got to get healthier. I'm not going to smoke marijuana.
On the topic, Mr. Lewis.
On topic, I'm on topic. It's marijuana as a medical tax, right?
Okay.
You're not going to send this to the pharmacy or anything, are you? So on this right here, on this tax, as an alternative, you set a mill rate, and what you should do if you really want resources, if you're going to tax marijuana, and they say, I think it's opium is the religion of the masses, and religion is the opiate of the asses. What happens here, we should tax the nonprofits in the church, and how we should do it is put a surcharge on their insurance for fire protection, police protection, and also paramedics. And get a formula that if you're going to pay an insurance company for that protection, how come I have to pay as a taxpayer for a church? The mayor and I are genetically connected being Jewish, but hey, I don't believe in the synagogue, the Catholic Church. I'm not a best Catholic. Surely I'm not a Baptist. And why should I take my tax-paying dollars and send my police, fire, and medical there?
Thank you, Mr. Leyva. Time is up. It
Okay.
really is up.
I'll be back.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Madam Chair.
The S version?
S version.
Thank you.
2016-49S, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have two amendments that I think will go quicker than last time. You should have copies of them in front of you. The first amendment is found on page 24 of the ordinance, and basically it just changes in subsection E the penalty for civil fraud from $500 or the greater to $1,000. What I'm trying to target here is simply, everybody seconded it already. It's going very well so far. What I'm trying to target is that we have some mechanism to, if it comes up, that we can hit black market marijuana dealers whose situation is going to be somewhat ambiguous. They're going to be basically unlicensed marijuana dealers with civil penalties. I want it to be at least enough that it could make a difference, and I thought moving it from 500 to 1,000 just helps. And this ties into the next amendment, but we can vote on this first.
Thank you. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote on amendment number 1. The amendment was approved unanimously. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The second amendment relates to that, and in section on page 21 of the ordinance, It just amends the section that deals with what the evidence of civil fraud would be to specifically list persons that, without possessing a valid state or municipal retail marijuana store licenses, exchanged or bartered in any manner or by any means whatsoever for consideration marijuana or marijuana products, just so if we catch somebody doing that without a license, we can impose that fee that we previously talked about. And I thank the municipal attorney's office for helping me with the language of that. It's better than I drafted originally.
Thank you. Mr. Croft.
Mr. Falsey, we still have a criminal statute for this selling marijuana without conforming to law, or do we not?
Through the chair, yes, I believe that sales without a license would still be criminal. This amendment would just clarify that illegal sales are still taxable sales.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Evans.
I just wanted to say that if we pass this, it would allow Mr. Falsey the ability to send a suspected marijuana dealer interrogatory suspecting fraud, and they would have to answer it, and so this might work out.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote on Mr. Evans' amendment number 2.
I feel bad about voting.
Yeah, right. That amendment was approved unanimously. We now have before us the main motion, AO 2016-49, and I don't see anyone in...
version, ma'am, as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. S version as amended, and no one's in the queue. Please vote. That ordinance was approved unanimously. We now are at item 14Q, AO 2016-52, amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapters 23.60 and 23.85, to conform AO 2015-127 as amended to the intent of a previous floor amendment to make residential provisions of the International Energy Conservation Code 2013 edition inapplicable to residential construction. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
In summary, this kind of does what I thought we had done several meetings ago, which closes the loop on the residential application of the energy code. So the law department felt that if we clarified in additional interpretations, that it would be easier for those that enforce the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. That was approved unanimously. We don't have any special orders, no unfinished agenda, so we are now down to audience participation. Anyone wish to be heard?
17.
Don't start the clock. You ready? Is it started?
It's going to be in a second. Now it's started.
Okay, hey, my name is Ronald Leva, A-L-L-E-V-A. I'm here because of that little episode with the brown bag. I can't believe the comments. Where's Mr. Starr? Get him back. Where's security? Get him over here, because 30 years ago, if not 35, he's the person at Planning and Zoning that put in that the Brother Francis Shelter should respond to any negative impacts to the community. Well, it's about 38 years later, and I don't know what condominium they're living in, but I've lost a worker that was shot. I've witnessed a rape. I reported to you one of the most brutal beatings that I've ever witnessed. It made the Rodney King beating look like two little pancakes going at it. The Brother Francis Shelter and Beans Cafe have drawn over 5,000 calls within 2,500 feet of those facilities. And Mr. Flynn, you can knock out rum runners on 21 calls. You can even not give those brown baggers a license, and they haven't committed anything wrong. You closed the Spirit of Alaska because there was 500 calls in the neighborhood, but for some unknown reason, you haven't requested the Brothers Francis Shelter and Beans Cafe, and you gave them a ton of money at the last meeting to get a security guard, get a medic, and get some commercial garbage pickup. Because if you go down there tonight, go down there and look. It's an absolute pig pen. Now, I'm not going to do any more business there because I don't want my clients, my staff, myself, my family exposed to that level of inhumanity. You got to do something. And you got to do it with some purse strings and hold the Catholic Church, make them pay the $5,000, tax Bishop's Attic, another big article in the Catholic Anchor. They made like $17 million in the last 38 years, and it was 2 homeless people who burnt down that facility. Why aren't they giving it back to the homeless? This city has spent too much money on the police force and the medics. And I'll tell you what, when the guy robbed my business with a gun, I commend the Anchorage Police Force for capturing that guy over at Costco. After hearing the bell 67 times, I commend them in their professionalism for holding restraint and not giving that guy what he truly deserved for shooting the most callous thing, shooting at policemen. But staying focused here, you, Mr. Starr, got to lead the way here and amend that conditional use to hold them accountable to a 24-hour security guard, to a medic 24 hours, and commercial garbage pickup.
Thank you,
because
Mr.
they're not doing it.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
No, you got to ask if there's any questions.
There aren't. Anyone else wish to speak? Thank you, Mr. Leyva. Anyone else wish to speak? Before we move to adjourn, I just have a comment. I want to remind everybody that the Homeless Committee is now in a committee of the whole, and Mr. Evans has scheduled a joint Homeless Committee meeting and Public Safety Committee meeting, and it's tomorrow from 1 to 3, and we're getting a lot of interested folks who are going to be there, so it would be great if we can all attend. Any other Assembly comments? Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Move to adjourn.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.